Welcome back, Warriors, to the crap-encrusted chronicles of the worst fighting game, the always raging tournament to crown the very best of the very worst, and today's contender is absolutely considered one of the very, very worst. The arcade version of Pit Fighter is not, a nuanced, technical fighting game. It doesn't have a lot of features, characters, and by and large, positive aspects to it, but you have to consider the pre-Street Fighter II timeframe it was released in. There really wasn't any established rules or pillars of design to adhere to yet, as it was still the Wild West in terms of button bashing. Despite that, Pit Fighter was a smash success in arcades the world over, generating quite a bit of profit for Atari throughout 1990, so it looked like the promising start of a new franchise. Those plans went distinctly sideways, however, with the release of the various home ports, and one in particular that's often considered not just one of the worst fighting games of all time, but one of the worst games, period. But we won't know for sure if that's truly the case until we get Pit Fighter in the ring. Pit. The team behind the original arcade game was led by two people, with the first being Mark Steven Pierce, who produced a number of Atari's coin-ops, but is probably most famous for being the creative lead of Dark Castle. The other was Gary Stark, the programmer behind arcade hits such as Tubin', Hard Drivin', and Race Drivin'. I'm kinda surprised he didn't lobby for Pit Fighter to be called Pit Fightin'. Anyway, multiplexes and rental stores in the late 80s were being assaulted by a number of American martial arts films like the Karate Kid series, Best of the Best, Bloodsport, Kick Fist, The Punchinators, etc. Obviously, this started to be reflected in video games, a trend that Atari was quick to mount and start throwing punches at. Another developer by the name of Robert Rowe, who specialized in the new technology of digitization, convinced Atari higher-ups to spring for more powerful arcade hardware, which paved the way to use digitization to bring the bulging biceps and baby-oiled chests of Pit Fighter to life. And since the 1v1 nature of the fighting game hadn't yet been nailed down, Pit Fighter kinda did its own thing, and because of its striking look, which was 2 years before Mortal Kombat, it became a huge money spinner for Atari, becoming the top earner in most of the world, and wow, it even did well in Japan. It should be noted though, despite its graphical similarities, the Mortal Kombat team wasn't really influenced by Pit Fighter's success, as many at Midway, including Ed Boon, had worked on the precursor to Blitz, the high-impact football series, which used copious amounts of digitization as well and released the very same year as Pit Fighter did. Moving on, because Buzz, Kato, and Ty really racked up the dollars in the arcades, this naturally led to ports. Many ports on various home computers, handhelds, and consoles. For our match today, I'm going to be looking at the three most well-known versions: the arcade original, the Genesis, and of course, the Super Nintendo. Now, the backstory as to why the quality of Pit Fighter ports is all over the place is because of Tengen, which was the home console label Atari launched to publish games across all formats. Very quickly, Tengen locked horns with Nintendo over the strict guidelines for third-party games on their hardware, which Tengen would time and time again try to get around, which is what gave us the infamous unlicensed black label Tengen games you'd occasionally see in bargain bins. This battle raged on until 1994, which Nintendo predictably won. Before that though, since Pit Fighter was a huge arcade smash, Atari and likewise Nintendo didn't want to leave any money on the table, so Atari decided to sub-license the Nintendo publishing rights to THQ, who in 1991 were not quite the experienced massive company they would later become. Tengen handled all the other ports, which, while of course taking the expected hits in graphics and sound, did their best to emulate the arcade original. But this deal also seemed to be made in quite a hurry because that's the only reason I can think of to explain the everything. Regardless of the critical reception, Pit Fighter at least saw some success, on the Genesis at least, so that a console-exclusive sequel was put into production, imaginatively called Pit Fighter 2, as per EGM issue number 49. This was going to introduce 3 more playable characters, each of them plucked from Atari's 1992 brawler / semi-sequel to Pit Fighter, Guardians of the Hood, as well as new weapons, backgrounds, and a rough release date of late 1993. However, it was then suddenly and quietly cancelled without any explanation from Atari, and Pit Fighter was never mentioned again. So yeah, let's find out why. So, I'm just going to state the obvious here. Pit Fighter doesn't look nearly as good as Mortal Kombat, but considering it's 2 years older, it's still kind of impressive in its own right. You're treated to a great intro that's late 80s, early 90s as fuck, and showcases our 3 Chad-like heroes working out before getting to the action. When said action does kick in, the sprites immediately start scaling depending on how close or far to the screen they are, which gives the illusion of depth, which, while it takes some getting used to, is still kinda neat. There's a ton of background characters on all sides of the arena, or pit as well, and while it's off-putting they're mostly in grayscale, you can see the reasoning behind it. If they were all as colorful as the combatants, it would be a visual mess, a problem that would be tripled when fighting in 3-player mode. Of course, animation is kind of the big problem here, as it's not exactly what one would call smooth, but I think that's something I'll talk about a bit more in depth later on. There's a good amount of pretty clear digitized speech used throughout as well, from various yes and come ons of victory to the ultimate or masked warrior occasionally popping up to talk that shit at you in between matches. Just wait, you die. Music is fine too. I mean, it has a lot of that long, protracted, robotic farting that typified the Genesis soundscape and does lack the melody and atmosphere of most of its later contemporaries, but it's still pretty in line with the kind of stuff you'd hear in the arcades circa 1990. There's not much to the story here either. As one of the 3 heroes, you enter the quote-unquote ultimate competition to take down the masked warrior and prove your superiority to all the drunks and deadbeats in the crowd. Sadly, there's no unique endings for either Buzz, Kato, or Tai, but this was very early on in the fighting game, so I'll give it a pass. Oh, I forgot there are these 2 lovely digitized ladies who do show up to celebrate with you, so I guess that's its own reward. Now that's all the arcade version, so why don't we move on to the Genesis, which rather impressively manages to hold its own. Yeah, the sprites are much smaller, there's no scaling, there's simplified backgrounds, and there's less color overall, but the intro, most of the digitized speech, and the soundtrack is all intact, and is pretty comparable with the arcade. Hell, even the celebratory Digi-Ladies are here to keep the party poppin'. The Super Nintendo version, meanwhile, it has slightly more colors, and that's it. It doesn't have the intro, has a new terrible HUD that gets rid of all the helpful life bars and replaces them with tiny numbers. The ladies are completely MIA, thanks Miyamoto, and worst of all, absolutely the worst of all, it completely biffed it in the music department. The tracks that are here have a distinct Super NES quality to them, but that doesn't mean they're automatically good at all. And also, I keep inferring that there's more than one song, which there's not. There is only one singular track and it plays on every single screen on loop without ever stopping. This absolutely smacks of THQ having, zero time, money, or fucks to give, I guess. And also, that's going to be a running theme. Especially when we talk about the Now, try to be shocked here, but Pit Fighter is a very simple game. You have a punch, a kick, and a jump button, which allows you to rove around the arena, making it feel more like a beat-em-up than anything else. Each character also has their own set of special moves, which are also pretty basic. A roundhouse, a body slam, a pile driver, a headbutt, no fireballs or hurricane kicks here. You can hit enemies while they're down though, and there is a universal throw where you can gorilla press your opponent, which is something, I guess. Aside from that, you can also use weapons that are strewn around the arena. Bats, knives, crates, barrels, and even crazier stuff like shurikens and even motorcycles. The crowd can even get involved too. Some will push you back into the fight, while others that are more brightly colored will even take a wild stab at you, which is pretty ahead of its time. I can't remember many other fighting games that did this until like Def Jam or Tekken 4. Something else I don't remember other fighters doing though is not replenishing your health bar. After every match in Pit Fighter, you're stuck with whatever damage you previously took, as this guarantees no matter how good you are, you're gonna have to pump in more quarters eventually, which, fair play, I suppose. That's still not everything. Occasionally, you'll also find an item called a power pill that pumps up whoever grabs it with a sudden burst of muscle power. So, for more accurate name, you might as well call it the Steiner pill. He's fat! Honestly, between all this stuff, Pit Fighter doesn't play as badly as you might think. Sure it ain't great, but for a couple of matches of mindless mayhem, it's good for a laugh. In terms of modes, well, there really isn't much here, but there is something. Every other fight is a grudge match where you take on one of the other heroes in 3 knockdown bouts. Fortunately, if you get knocked down yourself, you still get to continue, as this is just for extra points, but your morale is lowered considerably because you do get branded as a loser. God. Okay, let's just move on, alright? Like I mentioned before, 3-player fights are possible too. This is where you and some buddies take on the CPU, and then hash it out to see who's the strongest amongst you in an elimination match before you confront Lord Humongous, or let's just call him Duke Gigantic. Now some, but not all, of this stuff is carried over into the home ports. The Genesis version axes the 3-player fights, of course, but you can still co-op with a friend. The moves are all there too, including the weapons and interactions with the background NPCs, as well as the big pop-up pump pills.
And I'm not normal!
It also has a very basic options mode where you can fiddle with a few things, and hell, it even contains a weird practice feature where you're still fighting an active CPU that attacks you back, but it lets you quickly try out a character and push some buttons with absolutely nothing on the line. Finally, the Genesis version adjusts itself from the quarter-munchy nature of the arcade by giving the player 3 lives at the start of the game. It's still hard, and it also doesn't replenish your health between each match, but it still seems fairly manageable. The Super Nintendo version is the complete polar opposite of all this. There is no, I repeat, no options menu anywhere, which is like a first on this show. No options. Really? I think there might be a hidden difficulty menu where each character represents it, with Buzz getting the easiest opponents, Ty getting the middle of the road guys, and Kato getting the hardest of the hard? But that ain't fair. So if you're a Kato main, you're just screwed then? More importantly than that though is the mechanics, in that there's barely any. No weapons, no Steiner pills, no crowd interaction, nothing. You can't tell me the SNES couldn't render a stick or a knife, so I gotta, again, chalk this up to THQ having neither the time nor the skill to program this stuff into it. But you know what they did have time for? Possibly implementing any sort of basic method to complete the game. Unlike the Genesis version, the SNES offers no lives or any way to continue, but still keeps the non-generating life bar for some reason. So you have to beat the entire game with only 1 life, and 0 continues. Now, the instruction manual says you can gain life back at specific and very high point thresholds, but fuck me or anyone else if they can do that. You have to basically play flat flawlessly and knock out your opponent in record time each and every time. And if you're attempting that in either 1991 or 2024, you should just really reevaluate your life. I myself tried my damnedest to get far in this version for this video, but I couldn't defeat the second opponent because I was already beat to hell from the first guy, and you have to fight like 15 of them. The wrinkle to that for the SNES version is that 3 CPU-controlled characters are totally absent. Southside Jim, Mad Miles, and Heavy Metal appear in both the arcade and Genesis versions, but they're MIA here. In their place, you just fight the other characters in a ton of rematches, so THQ made sure to go out of their way to make this even more repetitive than it already is. How the fuck is this game missing this much content? Like, I would have tracked down some of the developers who worked on this port to explain what happened, but I can't find them anywhere. There's no credit screen in the SNES version, the manual, or Moby Games. Like, who programmed this thing? Like Mysterious Orphans? Okay, so the main reason why you shouldn't bother to get good at Pit Fighter on the SNES is obviously the lack of compelling mechanics, but also, even more obviously, it's because of how awful it feels to actually control. The arcade version, as I alluded to before, has some pretty choppy animation, which leads to certain attacks not feeling very impactful, while simultaneously feeling too fast and overall just kinda sloppy. The Genesis port, meanwhile, actually feels a bit better. The animation is still not great, but attacks are somehow a tad more precise and responsive. The SNES port, while technically having the exact same button layout, is nevertheless way worse. The animation is more limited, the collision detection and hitboxes are all messed up, it's not as snappy, etc., etc. It honestly barely feels like you're controlling the characters at all. The demo could be playing and you could be pantomiming on the controller and it wouldn't feel much different from actually playing a match. So again, while none of these versions actually feel great to play, there obviously is a spectrum of quality that they land on. Atari did improve the game feel somewhat in Guardians of the Hood, but yeah, there's a reason why they didn't continue using digitization of human actors at least, and basically let Midway truly popularize the graphical technique. With all that said though, you always have to come back to the fact that Pit Fighter, yes, predated many games that would take the fighting genre to the next level. But in the case of the home ports, specifically the SNES, it had come out after Street Fighter II had done just that. In fact, the SNES port of Pit Fighter released just a few months before Street Fighter II, so you'd think someone would have said, yeah, guys, maybe we should consider using our whole ass here. But no, not even one cheek, not even a quarter cheek. Like, this is, let me reiterate, there's no options screen, tons of missing mechanics, characters, a bad HUD, no music, unresponsive as hell, and freaking one life bar. One! Yeah, there is a code for unlimited continues, but I mean, that doesn't count. Now, I did also want to quickly address something else. All of these issues are duplicated on the Game Boy version, which was also ported by THQ, but like I've said before in previous episodes, the Game Boy had no business trying to run fighting games. I mean, you might as well ask me to review the Tiger Electronic handhelds too, which I'm not doing. So yeah, the arcade version of Pit Fighter, you know, it's tolerable. Genesis port, actually pretty impressive considering the hardware, but oh, the SNES version, Criticom had music and endings. Expect No Mercy had multiple characters and fatalities, and Ravenloft had mechanics and game modes. Pit Fighter for the SNES has none of these. Like, it doesn't have an options screen. Again, I hate to repeat myself, but I will anyway. What sort of cataclysmic, crunch-filled, torturous time frame did they have to work with here? Why was the simple act of adding lives or weapons or music impossible? It's truly unbelievable. While I can't find any hard data for how well Pit Fighter home port sold, it must have been reasonably well for Atari/Tengen to greenlight a sequel for the Genesis. But either maybe due to the domination of Mortal Kombat, or I think Pit Fighter's now horribly stained reputation, they just roundhouse kicked the entire thing into cancellation. Like, they were probably thinking, oh god, we're never coming back from this, are we? So let's not even bother. I mean, hell, even the toxic positivity of classic Nintendo Power didn't pull any punches with this one, saying it was extremely difficult to control. And is the game fun? The answer in this case is no. But is it the worst fighting game? Well, the answer in this case is yes. Move over, Ravenloft, because your proclamations of combination are now over. The SNES was capable of so much more, has one of the best libraries of all time, but Pit Fighter is an example of the very bottom of it. Not just of button bashers, but games in general. There's just so little to actually play, like it feels like it's 40% done, and they were just like, yeah, let's just ship this crap, and hopefully in 32 years, loudmouth cartoon skeleton men won't be making fun of it still. Well, sorry to disappoint you, imaginary THQ man, because it absolutely is still worth making fun of. So yeah, moving this guy down here, and then moving this guy up here. Wow, there you go. Also, the Arcade and Genesis versions are both, I don't know, fairly stinky. And that, Warriors, is another blood-soaked contest that has come to a close, and with a new champion no less. But do you know of any other contenders that might give Pit Fighter a run for its money? Let me know in the comments below or over on the fighting temples of my social media. Until then, I will see you next time on the worst fighting game. Welcome back, Warriors, to another blood-gushing and soul-crushing entry in the worst fighting game, the never-ending Kumite to find the vilest of the vile when it comes to the mighty Button Basher. With that now said, please take a moment to turn your gaze to the glorious visage of our new champion. Look upon him and awe. Okay, that's enough. Anyway, our newest contender for Pit Fighter's crown is very much cut from similar cloth, in that it is over-the-top, digitized, made by an inexperienced developer, and is absolute rancid garbage juice. However, in this very specific case, we might not be able to pin all the blame on the game itself, because Tattoo Assassins, the only title that appears in the worst fighting game intro but up until now was without its own dedicated episode, never actually released. Yeah, there's a cabinet over at Galloping Ghost Arcade, but it was officially cancelled at the very last second after a short but painful development period from a team that didn't actually want to make it, which is something I'll get into. But it has to be asked, was it painful enough that Tattoo Assassins might dethrone Pit Fighter? Well, we won't know until we get it in the ring. You all know Data East, right? They were an arcade giant in the 80s and early 90s, developing such bangers as Burger Time, Bad Dude, Fighter's History, and the seminal horror beat-em-up Night Slashers. God, I am so worried about that dodgy-looking remake. Anyway, all of those were developed by its main Japanese branch, but Data East also had an American arm that specialized not in video games, but pinball. Take 3 guesses at which division got tasked with ripping off Mortal Kombat. Yes, a team of young pinball designers suddenly found themselves having to make something that they had no business making, in the hopes to grab their own piece of the bloody, violent video game pie. According to Dan's Tattoo Assassins page, which has an exclusive interview of sorts with one of the former anonymous designers, the idea of goofy live-action warriors with even goofier cartoon tats that come to life was an idea that was kinda kicked off by Data East Pinball's head of engineering, Joe Kamenko. Joe had become friends with Bob Gale, the screenwriter of Back to the Future, when Data East produced the official Back to the Future pinball table, and Bob happened to give him a peek of an upcoming story idea he had hoped to turn into a film, a martial arts adventure filled with mystical tattoo ink, a lineup of corny warriors, and of course, a big dumb bad guy. Joe flipped over this concept for some reason and immediately wanted to jump into developing a game based off the premise, and with MK2 dominating arcades at the time, ripping that off seemed like the safest bet. If everything then went well, they would also have the double whammy of already having a hot game on the market based on a big Hollywood movie that was 100% totally going to be filmed. Joe was even then able to convince his bosses over in Japan that despite their vast amount of inexperience, the pinball division could deliver such a game, which they kinda did, but not really. The interview on Dan's Tattoo Assassins page also states that Data East Pinball was able to scratch out a living thanks to Joe's great contacts within the entertainment industry, which is what scored them big franchises like Jurassic Park and Star Wars, but unfortunately, there was a catch to this. Despite the great IPs, their pinballs weren't as engaging as the competition, and this is because in an effort to churn out multiple tables per year, the designers were only given a few short months to make a game from scratch, while their rivals over at Williams were given a full year or more.
Give me your money.
So again, guess how long Tattoo Assassins was given. If you said 8 months, that's absolutely ridiculous, but nevertheless absolutely correct. Now, this isn't too bad of a time frame depending on the genre, and if you're a seasoned vet from Capcom, Konami, or hell, Data East, but not for a team that had never made a fighting game, or hell, a video game at all. What resulted was then 8 months worth of crunch from start to finish, working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. The former developer did mention that Data East paid for each and every takeout meal they ate during this time, but that was more of a tactic to make sure they were kept in the studio, rather than taking hour-long lunch breaks elsewhere. $25,000 in bonuses were dangled in front of each member of the team too, but they were often threatened to be snatched away if they were ever late or had to take time off. This resulted in many on staff getting increasingly resentful of having to work on Tattoo Assassins, especially since many of them knew the game was shaping up to be quite the wet fart, because, well, none of them knew what the hell they were doing. Bob Gale, who came up with all the characters, would routinely check in on the game's progress from time to time, and by all accounts was a delight to work with because he was always very humble and generous throughout development. This, unfortunately, wasn't enough to energize the team, and even though they were trying to race towards the finish line, Data East Pinball was eventually sold to Sega before Tattoo Assassins could be completed, whereupon the project just kind of fizzled out. I have to imagine that Sega took one look at it and simply said, no fucking thanks, and quietly declined. Fortunately though, despite that dire fate, the staff were still able to return to designing pinball machines, so, at least there's that. This is still kind of a shame though, in a way, because Tattoo Assassins is pretty dang complete. Each character has a full moveset, there's endings, and of course a ton of fatalities, like maybe too many. Along with that, due to its nature of not actually being widely released and 100% finished, there are, of course, a few bugs you can expect to encounter along the way, which I'll get into in the next section that I like to call the... So, listen, if I want to even approach being fair here, I can't really criticize any actual glitches or things that were clearly not intended to be in the final game. I can note them and point them out to you and maybe laugh a little bit, but nothing more than that. Thankfully, Tattoo Assassin's most egregious technical issues come in the form of audio, specifically voice samples, in that they're unhinged as all hell. You'll hear taunts from characters that aren't even on the screen, voices from female characters being attributed to the male ones, the context often being wrong, and you'll even get the odd corrupted soundbite every so often.
Luke.
I also wonder about the soundtrack and whether it was completed or not, cause I swear there's only one song that constantly loops as you climb through the arcade ladder. It sounds a lot like any random song you'd hear in Mortal Kombat 1 or 2, but it has this sleazier, pornier sound to it. Damn, getting PIT-FIGHTER SNES vibes already. Now, the graphics are a mixed bag, where, no, actually, they're just bad. Unlike many digitized games I've covered before, Tattoo Assassins has a ton of pixel touch-ups where the artist painted over the actors, adding lots of really unneeded details and colors that give everyone a way more cartoony, and in my opinion, cheaper look. Now, even if those touch-ups were not present, I don't think this cast of characters would be fondly remembered, or even have their own section on the Fighter's Generation, which they don't, by the way. Billy Two Moons, Truck Davis, AC Current, Maya, Takahata, or Takahata? No wait, actually it's supposed to be Takara, apparently. Luke Cord, Hannah Hart, Derek O'Toole, and the most 90s character I can think of, Carla Keller, make up the iconic Tattoo Assassins crew. But wait, there's more! Colden, the generic final boss with Freddy Krueger gloves, is backed up by his awful, stinky sub-bosses. Rhina, Deke K, and Prism, and I mean, well, just look at them. You're telling me these clowns were all thought up by the same guy that created Marty McFly, Doc Brown, and Biff? There's also two other tertiary characters I guess I gotta mention, like old Diaper Man over here and this lady. Apparently she's like some fucking Tattoo Assassin's avatar, and you control the other Tattoo Assassins through her. Because the entire cast is heels, by the way. They're all bastards. You, the player, choose to mind control one of them to fight for the forces of... I don't know. The tattoos themselves also tie into the problem of the ugly paintovers on the actors, which all look like they're applied by a 5-year-old and have to be visible at all times. That means each fighter always has to be shirtless or be clad in a vest or bra-like top, which leads to a lot of them looking really similar to each other. This then bleeds over into the stage art as well. Everything is just a bit too loud and garish, which is giving me more parody, like it's making fun of Mortal Kombat, almost in a clay fighter way, but that's not what they were going for at all. But nothing exemplifies the cheap look better than the fatalities, which is more of a mechanics thing I know, but I have to mention them here. While there's a few simple and gory ones, the vast majority of them are ludicrous vaudeville, farcical fallacies that scrape the very bottom of the proverbial 90s barrel. Just lots of flatulence, PG-13 nudity, references nobody remembers, and animal pictures that are simply ripped from magazines and pasted into the game. And also, no, there's not 2,196 of these finishers. Like, while I do not consider myself a mathema-scientist, I did the math. It doesn't shake out. Finally, there's the endings, and there are some, which is a plus, but they go full clown mode too. It's all silly crap that doesn't have anything to do with the fighters' backstories, which are actually somewhat grounded and serious. Well, serious for fucking Tattoo Assassins anyway. Ever play Mortal Kombat? Yeah, guess what? That's Tattoo Assassins. high and low punches and kicks, a block button, an uppercut, roundhouse, sweep, and throw. That's it. Each character also has their own set of special moves, and those are about what you'd expect too. Tons of projectiles, body torpedoes, electricity, again, all plucked straight out of MK. There is kind of a push block move as well, and everyone has a universal fart attack for some reason. I guess they all trained under Master Bo Rai Cho. I mean, why did they call this Fart Assassins? There is one other mechanic to mention though, but I'm hesitant to mention it because I'm not 100% sure it's done or working as intended. Once you select a character, you have the choice of 3 available special moves, which use their own dedicated buttons simply by pressing it. So you might be like, cool, that's a bit like Street Fighter 3's Super Art system or even MKX's variations. But here's the thing, you can only use this specific special move, I think 5 times per round or match. But here's even more the thing, it's always a special move that's already available to you via a standard button combo at any time, so all this really does is allow you to spam it without inputting a command motion. I think this is why this mechanic is not done maybe, because the system makes no sense. Maybe those special moves were originally going to be exclusive to the selection process, or it was going to power them up with more damage, hits, or armor. I can't really tell. As it is, it's not bad or anything, just pointless. Now, Tattoo Assassin's not finished nature may have resulted in its only real positive aspect, which is its completely insane combo system. Characters can do some wild shit. TODs, lots of juggling, crazy cross-ups. There was absolutely no care taken whatsoever to make a balanced, solid fighting system. And in this case, that's a good thing. You can just do whatever, mash buttons to your heart's content, and some fun stuff can and will happen, unlike Kasumi Ninja or Expect No Mercy. This goes for the fatalities too. You can literally press random button commands and a fatality will trigger, which I feel is the only other thing it has going for it. Again, none of them are super good, but I do get a sensible chuckle out of Derek, the skeleton-loving rocker, summoning Spinal to kill you.
Hey, I'm Derek, it's me, Derek!
But as goofy as all that is, the game's very loose design, unfortunately, or fortunately, if you're rooting for Tattoo Assassins to become our new champion, results in a very specific issue that drags the whole thing down, which I'll gladly tell you about in the... Now, look, as much as I love janky games that let you go buck wild, Street Fighter the movie, the arcade game, this is not. Yeah, you can do late jumping attacks and combo straight into an uppercut and then juggle, but the problem is that this is all done with the main attack buttons, which are faster and more effective than doing anything else. Tattoo Assassins has a weird sense of speed that's all over the place, just jumping and pressing buttons as fast as all hell, but the vast majority of special moves have tons of startup animation or just aren't very effective. After a few matches, you're gonna start to see that the easiest path to victory is just spamming the same normals or uppercuts again and again. This is made worse when fighting the CPU, which, let's be honest, is the main thing you're gonna be doing, because just try getting someone to challenge you to a first to 10 in Tattoo Assassins. But yeah, the CPU is generally super easy to dunk on, and since this is an arcade-only release, there's not much you can do to change that. This becomes really apparent when fighting Prism, the last sub-boss, who gets absolutely washed by simple jumping attacks. Connect with only 3 or 4 and he's KTFO'd. Koldan is a pushover too, which I guess it's better than the game being too hard, but it is another example of Tattoo Assassins not being properly playtested. So yeah, if you decide to start playing this for whatever reason you may have, you might think, oh, this is bad, but it's good bad. Put a little bit more time into it past that honeymoon stage, and it sadly de-evolves into something far less fun. After a while, you start to get bored and just want to see a few more fatalities before you've had enough. Oh, and speaking of having had enough, this is a hard one to play, so I can tell you that for free. Everything about it is so stupid, having one of the worst, most unappealing cast of characters I've seen in quite a while, along with the lame story, repetitive music, and useless mechanics and special moves. But on the flip side, there's dozens and dozens of silly fatalities you can easily perform, along with some insane combo mechanics that should absolutely 100% not work, but somehow do. And finally, I gotta say, I don't get a super great feeling about Tattoo Assassins in general, due to the hell that the developers had to go through to make it. And it didn't technically get made. They didn't even get their bonuses, so, that's a fucking bummer. That being said, though, which tier is fighting game best, or worst in this case? Well, even though in terms of concept, Rise of the Robots or Savage Warriors is actually way cooler, these Assassins still handle far better, along with having full endings and millions of fatalities or whatever. But it still lacks the insane goofy playableness as Street Fighter the movie or War God, so I think this is a clear case of being fairly stinky, which is pretty appropriate since every one of these tatted up losers love blasting out methane from their mud holes. And with that, yes, you can all stop commenting how Tattoo Assassins didn't have its own episode, as it's been corrected today. And if you out there would like to nominate the next competitor to take on the mighty Pit Fighter SNES, do let me know in the comments below or enter the fighting temples of my social media. And until then, warriors, I'll see you next time on the worst fighting game. Welcome back, warriors, to another meaningful and robust round of the worst fighting game, my never-ending quest to find the very best of the very worst. And a few years ago, I found myself having to subject myself to something that many consider to be among that same ilk. Human Killing Machine was originally pitched as a Western-made sequel to an arcade hit, before Capcom took one look at it and said, nah, we good, bruh. Whereupon it then became an unofficial sequel, and even that's being kinda generous. By the conclusion of that episode, though, I hypothesized about reviewing the game that started it all, and which birthed a legendary dynasty that's still going strong today. That, of course, being Street Fighter. Now, while there's certainly been some snags in its 37-year-long history, I don't think anyone will argue with the fact that the worst mainline entry is indeed the 1987 original, for a variety of reasons. But will those reasons be enough to dragon punch the crown off Pit Fighter's sweaty, digitized head? Well, we won't know for sure until we get it in the ring! Okay, so Street Fighter 1 tends to get credit for being the first fighting game when it really isn't. In fact, games that came out years earlier, like Konami's Yi Are Kung Fu and even Nintendo's Urban Champion, had certain aspects to their presentations that are even closer to what we think of when we picture a fighting game over Capcom's effort. The idea of Street Fighter didn't come from either of those two sources though, because according to Polygon's Street Fighter in Oral History, while daydreaming during a lengthy Capcom business meeting, Takashi Nishiyama, a new hire from Ireme, started jotting down random ideas on a piece of paper. He then locked in on a particular part of one of his past titles, Spartan X, which most know better on its localized moniker of Kung Fu. In it, after bopping dozens upon dozens of basic baddies that swarm each floor, you then have an encounter with a boss enemy that had its own life bar and specific gimmicks, like being able to chuck fireballs or to teleport to and fro. Nishiyama fantasized about a game that focused on just these boss fights, and feeling confident in his idea, showed the drawings to Capcom producer Yoshiki Okamoto, who encouraged him to flesh it out. Nishiyama then handed the idea off to Hiroshi Matsumoto, who proceeded to develop the concepts further, building upon the base that Nishiyama had established. Even to this day, despite being credited as the game's official director, Nishiyama believes that Matsumoto was the main creative force behind what was to become Street Fighter. The cast included many inspirations from both reality and other media, like Sagat being a mix of a real-life kickboxing champion and a character from the manga Karate Master. The name of the game itself was taken directly from the film The Street Fighter, starring the late great Sonny Chiba. And just recently, it was revealed that Nishiyama did not want Ryu as the main playable character, but instead Joe, one of the two enemy competitors that hailed from the United States. Nishiyama explained that he and other members of the team were headhunted by SNK just as Street Fighter was wrapping up development, and Joe was left in as the guy you see punching through the wall, something usually reserved for the main playable pro tag, but was then swapped out for Ryu/Ken at the 11th hour. Nishiyama then went on to develop and direct the first Fatal Fury at SNK, and doubled down on his desire to place a tough American in the central role, who became Terry Bogard. Fascinating trivia there, I have to say. If Joe wasn't knocked aside like a moderately cute lamb and had maintained his MC status, we wouldn't have the legendary Hungry Wolf we all know and love today. On the business side, both Capcom and its US offices threw a lot of weight into trying to sell Street Fighter, including a glitzy presentation held within a real boxing ring that was used in the filming of the original Rocky, and offering 2 different expensive cabinets for arcade distributors to ogle over. The famous and really dumb pressure-sensitive buttons players would need to slam on were marketed as the deluxe version, while the more standard 6-button control setup was considered the entry-level machine. Try to be shocked here, but the deluxe version was prone to breaking down, and many complained it was tiring to use, so it didn't take long before Capcom ceased production of it and focused on the 6-button. And maybe due to that, I think there's been this misconception that Street Fighter was some kind of massive stinky bomb, but it actually scored a fair good amount of reviews, although I gotta be honest, most of them focused a ton of that praise on the graphics and sound. There were some negative ones to be sure, saying the moment-to-moment gameplay was really tough and sometimes confusing, but regardless of these critiques, Street Fighter was another late 80s hit for Capcom, who were really starting to hit their stride around that time. But of course, once Nishiyama and the other key staff members had left, it took a while for a proper sequel to Street Fighter to enter development, especially after a brief stay in Metro City. But when Street Fighter 2 did eventually release, its monumental success, which essentially blew the genre wide open, was inevitably compared to the much more humble beginnings of its predecessor, which might not be fair, but well, it's kind of the truth. Street Fighter 2 is often regarded to be the ultimate sequel, where it took all the concepts from the first game and reiterated, expanded, and polished every single one, so much so that many consider the original not worth playing anymore. It has to be said, though, that in 1987, its graphics and sound were very much considered to be cutting edge, although not so much today, which means it's the perfect time for me to talk about the I won't mince words here. Street Fighter 1 is just straight up gross looking when compared to pretty much every fighting game that came after it, even the ones that came out just a year or so later, such as Taito's seminal masterpiece, Violence Fight.
I want fucking Violence Fight!
Characters are really stubby with some weird proportions. Animation is pretty stiff across the board, and a good chunk of the roster just don't got that sauce, you know? Ryu, Ken, and Sagat obviously had just enough to make it into Street Fighter II with some subtle but important visual tweaks, while characters like Gen, Birdie, and Adon had to go through huge makeovers to make them shine. But sadly, Joe, Mike, Geki, Retsu, and Lee were either too generic to redesign or were replaced with younger, better, hipper versions of themselves. It can't be denied though that in 1987, Street Fighter was still a pretty good looking game, as it featured huge sprites, lots of colors, and some fairly detailed backgrounds. Obviously, looking at the stages today, they do lack a lot of animation and feel strangely empty as they are devoid of any onlookers watching the fight, which is something we all closely associate with the franchise, and because of that, they feel kinda drab despite their detail. Compare that to, once again, Violence Fight, and whose stages have a ton of animation and lively NPCs all over the place. Never mind the fact that the World Trade Center can be seen in the game when it takes place exclusively in Los Angeles, that's not important. The important bit is that no matter how you slice it, Street Fighter 1 still has not aged very well from a visual standpoint. The UI doesn't help matters either. Stacking 2 life bars over each other vertically is just a really bizarre way to do it, especially when much older games seem to have already figured out how to best display that information. But to be fair, this might be a holdover on how it was done in Kung Fu. Audio somehow fares even worse. The cacophony of random screams and bleeps and bloops that assault you is more egregious than the graphics for sure, because they're absolutely relentless. The impact of the hits, the sound effects of the fireballs, everything just sounds so wrong and weird and off. I know it's the first game in this series, but the quality is so low when compared to even other Capcom arcade and console titles that were released around the same time frame. Now, again, Street Fighter II has one of the best, most enduring soundtracks of all time. So much so that 30 years later, Capcom's still struggling to make something that lives up to it in the modern day. So, while it might be unfair to compare soundtracks, even if Street Fighter II didn't exist, I can still say with a good amount of confidence that the music here is trash, especially when it comes to certain fanfares. And finally, there's the post-match dialogue, which I don't think I need to play for you now, because, it's infamous. So yeah, my next point is, just play the damn quotes.
You've got a lot to run before you beat me. Try again, kid.
Okay, I can't lie, those are still so bad, they're hilarious. But you know what? They're also such a missed opportunity. Why didn't they write unique lines for every character? That would have at least done something to flesh the fighters out. There's only 2 quotes, and they're repeated for each and every single fight. It's exhausting. Of course, Street Fighter 1 has no endings, which is something I really can't hold against it, since they absolutely were not the style at the time. And to be fair, it's something that Nishiyama did try to correct in Fatal Fury, by making sure it had a much more interesting and elaborate narrative. Speaking of interesting though, do you know what's way less interesting than Street Fighter 1's presentation? I'll keep this brief. It's hard to critique the earliest examples of a genre when the genre was still in its drooling toddler phase, but I'll still give it a go. Street Fighter 1 is as basic as it can be. There's a little more here than Urban Champion or Yi Are Kung Fu, but that's not saying all that much. You can select Ryu, or a second player can select Ken in versus matches. You have 3 special moves and 6 different normal attacks, although Fierces are essentially just more powerful versions of your mediums, but yeah, that's it. Actually performing your special moves is a whole other matter entirely though. Even after playing the game every few years for the last 30 years, I still can't quite get a handle on it. Sometimes I can perform 3 quick dragon punches in succession, and other times I can't do one for the life of fucking me. It's easily the most frustrating part of the game because everyone's specials are so damn powerful. When you get just 1 or 2 in, you've pretty much got the match in the bag. But if your opponent throws out a few, which they can do way more consistently, you're going to be the one kissing the floor within 10 seconds or less. The last thing I want to talk about though is actually a positive one. The bonus stages. These are still pretty neat, including sniping planks of wood held in different locations and chopping stacked tiles. I actually really love the booing the crowd does whenever you fail it though.
Oh no!
But do you know what I love a whole lot less than this? Street Fighter 1 is just a big old giant ass to actually play. Whether it's simply moving your character around, jumping, attacking, or pretty much anything, it's all equally jerky and unsatisfying. What's even more bizarre is that's one of the few things they nailed when they made Human Killing Machine, as they perfectly emulated Street Fighter 1's insane manic feel. Even if you've never had the displeasure of actually playing it, you can at least tell from this footage there's just, I don't know, missing animation where there should be. Moving in any direction is so choppy you sometimes pass through your opponent for no reason, and sometimes attacks just phase through them for no reason. It's truly baffling. Like, say what you want about Urban Champion and its terribly slow, simplistic gameplay, but it at least feels more solid to actually control. And furthermore, it's bad enough playing Street Fighter with 6 buttons, but I can't imagine anyone in the late 80s plunking in their quarter and having to slam their fists against these big dumb rubber buttons and be like, oh my god, this is the shit! If you out there have a memory of playing this version with the big dumb buttons and remember getting hyped as fuck, let me know in the comments below so I can make fun of you. Anyway, I could go on and on when I don't think I need to, so let's wrap this thing up. It always astounds me that Street Fighter 1 was successful enough to garner a sequel, but the fact remains, it was. But holy shit, is it still bad. Like, no amount of time has made it age any better, and is absolutely, completely, 100% invalidated by its many sequels. With that in mind though, I can in good conscience rate it lower than the SNES version of Pit Fighter, which has less content, less mechanics, less music, less everything than what's available here. And aside from that, can I honestly 100% hate something that inadvertently gave us all Terry Bogard? No. Okay. No, I can't, but I still have to rate it appropriately, so that's why it's a Grand Trash Master, a title which I think it richly deserves. If you'd like to perhaps see what could have been, however, or another timeline altogether where the original Street Fighter was good, I highly suggest you download Street Fighter 1 by Valkyrie Project, an old Mugen from 2010 that takes all the aesthetics and characters and fleshes them out with additional specials, supers, dashes, sound effects, and is honestly a pretty good time. If you're still not interested, and you know that's valid, at least check out Desk's combo video on that game because it's goated as all hell. And that, Warriors, is the end of another climactic chapter in our sick little tournament of misery and masochism. But if you know of a possible contender to Pit Fighter's crusty crown, let me know in the comments below or over on my social media. Until then, Warriors, I'll see you next time on the worst fighting game. And remember,
there are many gods like you all over the world.
Welcome once again, my fellow freaks, to the rusty and musty temples of the worst fighting game, the biofluid-filled Kumite, where I try to find the very worst
I have seen the amateur
of the very worst. And with the SNES version of Pit Fighter currently still reigning large and in charge over its empire of dirt, I felt it was time to reach back into the future and pull out a technologically advanced contender to take on the triple threat that is Buzz, Tai, and Kato. Bio-Freaks was a 1998 3D fighter from Midway that broke plenty of the rules that were starting to be established by the 3D juggernauts of the day, like your Virtua Fighters, Tekkens, or even Street Fighter EXs. It decided to load up a roster of bizarre characters with a ton of special moves, along with making arena hazards and 3D free roam movement its marquee elements to varying degrees of success. Now, I gotta be frank here, I never thought Bio-Freaks was bad back in the day. It had a rad roster, an edgy but strangely prophetic story, and some genuine innovation, but ever since I embarked on this never-ending tournament of terribleness, many of y'all, including those that voted over on the Patreon, have demanded that the freaks have their time to shine. Or wait, what's the opposite of shine? Fade? Their time to fade. But we won't know for sure until we get these freaks in the ring. Now, there's not all that much to the origins of Bio-Freaks, but I'm sure I can scrape a few synapses and dig up something. Firstly, there's a bit of confusion as to who actually developed it. Pretty much anyone who bought, or most likely rented it, did so either on their PlayStations or their Nintendo
Ultra 64
and would have seen two distinct logos upon booting it up. Midway, of course, but also Sapphire, who for years I had assumed were the main team responsible for it. This is because Sapphire would go on to develop two particular button bashers that were quite similar to the freaks of the Bio variety. First is Xena, Warrior Princess, the Talisman of Fate for the Nintendo,
Ultra 64
and an even more obscure title for the PS2, which has its own crazy side story that I should, nay, must mention here. In North America and Europe, it was simply known as Barbarian, and featured the same free-roaming movement and environmental interaction as Bio-Freaks and Xena. However, in Japan, it was co-published by Titus and Taito, and localized as Warrior Blade, Rastan vs. Barbarian, and is actually a part of the Rastan series, despite the fact that originally had nothing to do with Rastan. Alright, well, with that side mission out of the way, let's circle back around to our beloved freaks, or sorry, flying, robotic, enhanced, armored, killing synthoids. Well, as it turns out, Sapphire did not actually develop the core game itself, but merely the third party Midway used to convert it to the PlayStation and Nintendo.
Ultra 64
Yeah. Converted it from what, you strangely attractive skeleton? I was getting to that, but, hey, thanks for saying that. See, Bio-Freaks was developed by an internal team at Midway, which was headed up by a dude named David L. Simon, who cut his teeth doing QA on a variety of games both big and small throughout the 90s. He did some additional artwork on War Gods before being promoted to the lead artist, designer, and project head of Bio-Freaks. This meant it was not initially designed for consoles, but for the arcades, which will lead to most of you now exclaiming, wait, there's no arcade version of Bio-Freaks. Is there? Well, the answer is no, technically. Probably due to the failure of War Gods and Midway realizing it was really hard to emulate the success of their own Mortal Kombat, the kibosh was put on Bio-Freaks' arcade plans, but instead of just scrapping everything, it was decided to just make it a console exclusive. I would be remiss, of course, if I didn't shout out the very rare arcade prototype, which you can find and play in the Brookfield, Illinois institution Galloping Ghost Arcade. At the end of the day, though, the console version is the definitive one, as it has the most modes and content, but that wasn't quite enough to get it a pass from gaming critics, and, well, mostly everybody else. a 4.5 out of 10 from EGM, and another 4.5 out of 10 from Game Informer as well, RIP. Sales-wise, I can't imagine Biofreaks did much better, as I wasn't able to find any reliable info on how it did on any platform, which usually makes the situation look bad, and that's not good. Moving on, wait, PlayStation 64 and... What the hell? Okay, all you warriors out there, do let me know if you ever play this on PC. I'd love to know if it even booted or not. And considering half the cast looks like they would belong on a 3D accelerator card box from the late 90s, it makes a weird sort of sense. But yeah, that's all she wrote for Biofreaks. It came out, it existed, wasn't very popular, and it's never coming back. Like, you're not going to be booting up a remaster or sequel anytime soon, and see the words presented by WB Games, because if you recall, they've owned Midway's shit for the last 15 years, and aside from Mortal Kombat, have done absolutely nothing with. Also, speaking of presentation, this is probably where Biofreaks excels the most, if I'm going to be honest. A lot of 3D fighters look the same in the mid to late 90s, a bunch of martial artists, the occasional weirdo, and bright colorful backgrounds, but Biofreaks was the polar opposite of that. This is very much a grim dark world filled with misery, dread, and the crushing oppression of corporate overlords, and, well, I should just let the intro do the talking.
It is the not too distant future. Here, the mighty country known as America has fallen like all great empires throughout history. Its 50 states broken into private territories after what was called the Techno-Industrial Civil Wars. With Wall Street in shambles, the government bankrupt, and technological corporate giants running unorthodox takeovers, Neo-America was born.
So yeah, that's a nightmare vision of the future that we totally don't live in today. Biofreaks goes hard on this premise though, from the character and stage design, the violence, the music, and the really ridiculous acronym. In fact, the unnerving but memorable music was composed by Aubrey Hodges, who had previously done work for Midway on PlayStation Doom, and of course his seminal soundtrack for Doom 64. While the roster of freaks isn't super robust, what is here at least makes an impression. Every fighter has been cobbled together by an evil corporation and are grouped into specific classes: synthoids, retros, and dozers. This is a fancy way of saying human, mostly human, and then not very human at all. The Synthoid gang is composed of Bullseye, Sabotage, Delta, and Cyclown. Dozers are Minitech and the very infamous final boss, Mutilator, while Retros are Purge, Sapo, and Zipperhead. Yeah, let's just focus on Sapo. I mean, look at this weird frog-faced sumbitch. You can't help but love the guy. Ah, look at that swagger. In fact, today, I declare this Sapo Appreciation Day. Roll the clip.
Hey, Sapo. On behalf of me and the entire Yo Video Games community, I just wanted to say thank you. You're one of my favorites. You're like not just a weird lumpy toad monster, but you're also a scholar. You're a gentleman, and most importantly, my friend. Good.
There is also one other very lazy character, the sub-boss Clonus, who, guess what, is a clone, and just uses the same Dural-style shiny polygon look that all the characters have access to during gameplay. Once you beat both bosses though, and good luck with Mutilator by the way, you are then presented with this boastful victory animation, and an ending screen for your chosen freak. Sorta. While a portrait of your character and some text is very, midway, these don't read like endings at all, as they're more akin to basic profiles of the character, saying who they are and what they do. None of them, from what I could see, actually say anything about beating Mutilator or winning the Bio-Freak contest. It's just, yeah, Bullseye, he's a dude. He's good at fighting and loves the military. Hoorah! But I guess it's nice that there's something, but considering the decent world building the game has going on, these are kinda disappointing. Man, I would've loved some dank-ass FMV or CGI endings for the PlayStation version at least. But if you think that's disappointing, wait till we talk about the... When you boot up Bio-Freaks, you have a good choice of modes: arcade, versus, survival, team battle, and a pretty in-depth training suite. Then, when you start pushing buttons and figuring out mechanics, you're like, oh, there's a lot here. Plenty of special moves, the shoulder buttons give you a ton of movement options, so it makes for a pretty good first impression. Then, when you start getting into the nitty-gritty, things break down pretty fast, and red flags start waving even faster. When you go through your move list, you'll start to notice that 75% of it is some form of projectile, either ones that do basic damage, incapacitate, or something in between. Like, I swear, Sabotage and Bullseye feel like they don't have anything but a long-range game, and this is made even more baffling when you consider that Bio-Freaks has its own dedicated gun mechanic. Every freak can fire their own weapon just by tapping the right bumper, and most of them have such quick fire rates they're really hard to react to, and I guess the designers noticed this as they decided to put in a shield move, which is the shiny texture I mentioned earlier. But they then realized you can't just do that with no limitations, so it has a meter. Once it's exhausted, you can no longer easily avoid direct fire. The problem then is that the few melee-based special moves or your normal buttons are rarely worth doing because your projectiles do so much damage and fire so fast and your movement options are so good that really it's the only viable strategy. This means you can't treat Bio-Freaks like a fighting game, but more of a versus action shooter. Like, it reminds me of playing Virtual On or Custom Robo, which, while not inherently a bad thing, still means Bio-Freaks isn't nearly as good as either of those, or is balanced around these specific mechanics. The camera is a big factor as to why that is. It can often get stuck in certain places or swing wildly in others, which causes even more issues when coupled with the arena hazards, which 90% of stages contain. These range in their form and function, but the worst ones can really disrupt a fight and make the match just annoying to play, unlike other titles such as Cardinal Sin, which are relatively tame by comparison. There are of course fatality moves, but unlike MK or Mace the Dark Age, which is an awesome game, I'll never be covering it here, Bio-Freaks' version, mutilations, can be done at any time during a match. The catch here is that all of them are incredibly slow with massive startup animations and a distinct yellow glow to let your opponent know they're coming, so they're very hard to hit consistently, and of course since they are all close range, their hit ratio is even lower than that. Honestly, I would have liked them to have included standard MK style finishers as well, that utilize the powers of each character to gruesome and unique effect, because here you're just chopping off arms, heads, or torsos, you know, really dishwater stuff. All of these problems doubly apply when fighting the CPU, even on the easiest setting, as the game's roots as a midway arcade quarter muncher are very apparent. CPU opponents absolutely input read and react to things the second you do them, making the game way more frustrating than it should be. This results in Bio-Freaks being one of those button bashers you don't really get good at. You just need to find the most abusable tactic or special and repeat it ad nauseum. Just make sure not to do so with the game's bizarre first-person mode on, which you can easily accidentally trigger by just mashing buttons. All of this carries over into the versus mode as well, as after only a few matches, which admittedly can be some pretty janky fun, you start to realize, oh wait, the best thing I can do in every situation is just fly around, play lame, and spam my projectiles, which, as you can imagine, gets really boring really fast. This is all a shame because I think these mechanics had been more thought out, as well as a greater focus on what the general moment-to-moment gameplay should be, then things could have been different. You can either be a zippy mecha-style versus action game, or a grounded fighter revolving around melee, but you can't do both. Well, you can, but it's not a good idea. If they had picked a definitive lane, I think F.R.E.A.K.S could have wound up being a bit of a rough diamond, but unfortunately, that roughness also spills over onto the... Like I said already, most of the mechanics revolve around using your jetpack, shield, and heavy ordnance, which thankfully are all fairly responsive and move at a good clip. When it comes to the hand-to-hand stuff though, you can definitely feel a lot of reliance on early motion capture. This stuff is animated well, but everything moves pretty slowly as you wait for the full animations to play out, which is very apparent in the limited combos you can perform. There's no real experimentation or a system in place. Each freak has about 5 to 6 predetermined strings, and that's it. The game feel here isn't bad, it's just that since you spend so much time playing at a distance, you tend not to really notice the melee. Still though, aside from the jetpack taking a bit of time to get used to and some of the movement options being squirrely, F.R.E.A.K.S feels a decent chunk better than it looks. I know it doesn't seem like it, but yeah, just trust me on this. It should feel like garbage, but it manages to avoid that for the most part. But the question is, will it avoid being the worst fighting game? This is a bit of a tough one to place, I can tell you that for free. As a kid, I remember liking F.R.E.A.K.S quite a bit, renting it several times, but then again, you could only take what you could get for fighting games on the Nintendo Ultra. Stop. And while the story, music, characters, and Sapo are big highlights, the game falls apart when it comes to the mechanics, as it's the main element that lets the whole package down, but not nearly enough to dethrone the sweaty might of PIT-FIGHTER SNES. I was considering putting this one in That'll Be Just Fine, but it's honestly less fun and mechanically sound than many of those. So, the biological, flying, robotic, armored, I'm not saying the rest of that, are indeed fairly stinky. So with that, we come to the end of another intense, bloody brawl for our hallowed crown of crap. But if you out there know of any other freakish failures that should enter our ring, let me know in the comments below or enter the fighting temples of my social media. So until then, fellow warriors, I'll see you next time on the worst fighting game. Welcome back, warriors, to another rusty and or musty bout of the worst fighting game, the tiring tournament of terribleness to crown the undisputed woat of the legendary genre known as the button basher. On this week's card, we have, oh god, look, there he is! There, he's just mocking us from on top of his chair, made of corpses and gristle. We'll take him down one day, I swear it. Yeah, so with that in mind, why don't we try a different tactic? Why don't we enlist the services of a bunch of ancient adversaries from across history to hopefully cut PIT-FIGHTER down to size? And I can't think of a more bumbling bunch than the cast of Spike TV's Deadliest Warrior. Yes, this 3D weapons-based fighter has been a constant request from many of you, and is considered a prime example of corny licensed shovelware dumped onto digital storefronts circa 2010, as was the style at the time. But will its clunky gameplay, lack of content, and dead online ecosystem be enough to execute the not-so-mighty PIT-FIGHTER? Well, we won't know for sure until we get it in the ring! In 2007, after Godzilla Unleashed belly flopped onto store shelves and didn't really ingratiate itself with many fans, its developer Pipeworks Software found itself at a crossroads. With Atari seeing an internal restructuring and with one of their senior producers, who just so happened to be a big Godzilla fan, also having left, Pipeworks had to seek whatever work they could, which of course meant video games based on licensed TV shows. Merv Griffin's Crosswords, Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune, we are talking about the absolute doldrums of the industry here. So it's no surprise then that at the 2009 Spike Video Game Awards, that Spike announced that they were publishing a game based on Spike's TV show, Deadliest Warrior, which, for those that don't recall, was a show that tried to answer the question that has plagued the universe for thousands of years: who would win, a pirate or a ninja? The results of each episode were largely based upon whoever the producers and writers wanted to win that day, because while it fancied itself as something of a scientific-based show, it was essentially just fantasy booking. Translating that into a video game, of course, would prove tricky. Should you throw out the show's surface-level adherence to historical accuracy, or embrace the silliness and go full fighting game bollocks? Sadly, in this case, it was the former. Pipeworks tried to model Deadliest Warrior's gameplay systems on Lightweight's Bushido blade, which, is certainly a better idea than modeling it after their 2001 effort, Kabuki Warriors. One of the other problems they were trying to crack was to somehow offer an experience that anyone could pick up and play, but also offer a ton of depth to hardcore fighting fans. Now, most games in 2024 still struggled to find this balance, so it was a little doubtful that a licensed game with a minuscule budget would be able to find that magic formula. As it turns out, this was accurate. Upon release, Deadliest Warrior slummed it with 4s and 5s from various outlets, but did manage the odd 6 or 7 out of 10 here and there, which is the best you could possibly expect from something like Deadliest Warrior. Pipeworks and Spike also made sure that the game, which was originally priced at $10, had an ass ton of DLC. Lots of picture packs, weapons with slight stat variations, armors, and eventually even additional characters. Following that, a sort of semi-sequel/update was released, Deadliest Warrior Legends, which centered around real historical figures, which is probably what they should have done originally, instead of just Viking and Samurai. There was even a third release, if you can believe it, which was known as Ancient Combat. This packed in the content from the first 2 games and added even more on top of it, like new stages and modes. So if you really needed your Deadliest Warrior fix, well, this was certainly a package that existed. But today we're focusing on the first version, the OG, the one that started it all, and we might as well begin with the depressing, soulless trappings that they call the... This is gonna be rough, I can tell you that for free. The presentation in Deadliest Warrior is just weird. Like, that aesthetic of old dead multiplayer games where you just wander the environments interacting with nothing? Yeah, that's essentially the vibe here. First off, the menus and general front end are really basic and devoid of any stylistic value. I mean, they are modeled after the show, and I get how there probably wasn't much wiggle room there, but that still doesn't mean they ain't boring. Selecting a warrior is much the same. A model loads in, and they eerily sway back and forth with their dead eyes not focused on anything in particular. These auraless mannequins include the following: Apache, Centurion, Knight, Ninja, Pirate, Samurai, Spartan, and finally, Viking. Yep, it launched with only 8 characters. The DLC included Shaolin, Rajput, and Zande, and to be fair, these 3 were bundled in a pack for $5, which is a hell of a lot better than the pricing we see today, so big ups for that. The real issue with the game's presentation, though, is this, or rather, the lack of this. The complete absence of music is such a bizarre choice, as it leaves you fighting in utter silence, save for the 1001 Nature sound effects CD, of course. Think about how much this might change things, say, in Street Fighter II or Killer Instinct, lacking the element that really helps drive the action and into the climax of any given match. Deadliest Warrior does have these little character-specific fanfares that play whenever a round is awarded to someone, but it's just not enough. This exclusion means you shouldn't be shocked that the game also doesn't have any endings for your chosen warrior, or even an end boss. Like, come on, why can't we fight Nobunaga or, I don't know, Albert Einstein? I mean, I'm not up on my history, but I'm pretty sure that dude was a fighting machine. Well then, what do you get at the end? Well, if you weapon unlocks a stat screen and then hard cut to the credits. I'm not joking. Would it have killed them to have added at least a little biography on each warrior? I mean, if you're not going to entertain me, at least educate me. As for the in-game visuals, I mean, listen, they're serviceable for the most part, but it does have this dark, muddy look to everything. I mean, it is a budget title after all, but I really would have preferred, like, the stages to feel, I don't know, alive? Cheering fans or a crowd of onlookers would have at least done something to help immerse you into each time period / country, especially since some of the stages are literally built for this, such as the Greek amphitheater or this, Ren Fair. But nope, barren and empty, like they're just cheap sound stages on a TV set. What's worse is that even though there's only 8 fighters from around the world, there's not even enough stages to support them all. A bunch of the characters, therefore, just share the same stomping grounds, and in many cases, they don't even fit them, such as the Apache appearing on the Jungle Temple stage, alongside the Pirate. This has always bothered me regardless of the game. Like, I know if you have a 30+ roster, it becomes a bit untenable, but there's only 8 Deadliest Warriors! I gotta chalk this up to the game's shoestring budget, which, you know, is totally on brand. Oh, but you know what else is on brand? Deadliest Warrior is one of the most random fighters I've ever played, as you can start off every match doing the exact same thing and almost always wind up with a different result, and I don't mean that in any way approaching good. Roll the clip! Yeah, sometimes things will hit and nothing happens, and other times things will hit and you'll suddenly win or lose in a lot of cases. It seems to me that individual body parts have more importance than others, with the head obviously being critical, so a wayward dart or throwing knife can often take you out when you least expect it, which will lead one to often say, "Dude, there was nothing I could do!" This illustrates the biggest issue with the mechanics though: projectile spam. Yeah, everyone has a limited stock, but they do tons and tons of damage, and like I outlined, can often win a round in one shot. I think a better way to handle this would be to have unlimited projectiles, but then have a cooldown after every use, as being able to rapidly fire them in a combo is kind of the core of the problem. Aside from the standard low, mid, and high attacks spread between 2 selectable weapons, every character has one move unique to them, and basically functions as a special, like a powerful kick, shield bash, jumping dive, etc. And honestly, that's one of the few things that differentiates each fighter, the warrior. This is because their move lists have tons of overlap, the same basic thrusts, slashes, and short combos, which isn't exactly the type of win that's going to be blowing up any skirts. Each warrior has at least a few different stats, so the ninja and Apache are a bit more quick-footed than the Viking or the Knight, but it doesn't make a ton of difference. I'm aware they're going for more of a realistic style here, but honestly, if you're trying to make a fun video game, more creative special moves would have helped a whole lot. What would have also helped is throws, something Deadliest Warrior's combat simply doesn't offer. Like, there must be some historical text somewhere that states in ancient times the act of throwing, suplexing, or powerbombing someone simply didn't exist yet, which means I can add another book to my book-burning mobile. Not sure why Pipeworks didn't include such a fundamental building block of a fighting game's moment-to-moment gameplay, but it was certainly a choice, I guess. A shit one. So, the general combat isn't really anything special, with even a parry system not being enough to save it cause it's a bit clunky and not really satisfying to use. What is a bit more satisfying is the fatalities, or executions in this case. These are performed by usually pressing two different buttons together, which results in the screen darkening and your warrior performing a big telegraphed wind-up hit, and can be done anytime your opponent's health is pretty low. If this manages to connect, you'll be treated to a, more often than not, decent finishing animation. None of them are fantastical or over the top, but they're fine for what they are. And, of course, anything that references the cinematic tour de force that was 2004's Troy is okay in my book. What's less okay is the blood and gore effects, as they just look like blurry red paint. There's just no moistness to it, and let's just move on. And really, that's all there is to Deadliest Warrior. There's the arcade mode, which at least lets you unlock new weapons and armor pieces, training, and multiplayer, both local and online, with the latter, of course, being deader than all of the warriors themselves. So, things aren't looking so good for Spike TV's inaugural entry in their blockbuster fighting franchise. So let's see if it does any better with its... Regrettably, or thankfully in PIT-FIGHTER's case, Deadliest Warrior handles fairly well. You have full 3D movement of the arena, the motion capture animated moves are nice and tight, and nothing feels too slow or too twitchy. But I have to say, it really doesn't feel much like a traditional fighting game at all, which I guess is what they were going for? It's more akin to something like a methodical action game with a versus mode component, if that makes any sense. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not inherently a bad thing, and you can definitely feel the difference, but it's way better than a number of contenders we've had in this tournament before. With all that now said and out in the open, this will at least make for a fairly interesting placement in our rankings. Or will it? So, with a dire presentation, really lackluster mechanics, a paltry selection of modes and content, and so-so game feel, where does that leave these legendary warriors? Could they possibly defeat the salty man sweat of Pit Fighter? Not quite. This, the first entry in the DW series, is undoubtedly the worst one because each subsequent release added more and more content, so if this can't behead Ty, Kato, and Buzz, the later revisions don't have a chance. And honestly, with a decent game feel, Deadliest Warrior can be 40 minutes of dumb fun, so I think that's enough to place it in the that'll be just fine, as it doesn't really do anything egregiously unforgivable, unlike you know who. So that's another battle in our Bloodstained tournament in the bag. And if you out there know of any other young pathetic lions you'd like to throw in our arena, check out previous episodes or the tier list before any suggestions, as yes, I've done Rise of the Robots before. Shout them out in the comments below or fire a messenger arrow over into my social medias. And until then, warriors, I'll see you next time on the worst fighting game.
Skeleton warriors! Skeleton warriors! Let's go!
Welcome back, fellow fighters, once again to
Tournament of Legends!
Wait, what? No, welcome back to
Tournament of Legends!
Okay, fine. Let's just get straight to it then. The SNES version of Pit Fighter is still reigning long and strong at the top of our mountain of mediocrity, with even the mighty world and time-spanning cast of the Deadliest Warrior unable to defeat them. The thought then occurred to me, however, with the amount of times I've referenced
Tournament of Legends!
and it having some similarities to Deadliest Warrior, well, it makes for a great candidate to take on the sweaty stylings of Buzz, Kato, and the other guy. Aside from that, though, this oft-forgotten budget-priced button basher that was released in the dying days of the Wii has one of the most interesting development histories I've ever encountered. But will its mythological melange of monstrous misfits be enough to topple the fighters of the pits? Well, we won't know for sure until we get it in the ring. So yeah, I promise that the history behind this one has some layers. And if I can get personal for a moment, it was a story I followed quite closely back in the day. High Voltage Software, the developers of the Hunter the Reckoning series, along with many other games of various quality, made a name for themselves in the mid-2000s when they publicly announced that they were going all in on developing software for the Wii, with an emphasis on pushing its graphical capabilities, such as they were. Their Quantum 3 engine is what would go on to power the Conduit 1 and 2, everyone's favorite B+ or B- 7th gen sci-fi shooter series.
You're here to help.
Ah, yeah, there it is. This marketing strategy, along with their tech, impressed Sega enough to hop on, where they wound up publishing a few, but not all of their upcoming Wii projects. While Conduit 1 proved to be a sales success, its sequel and
Tournament of Legends!
were very much not at all, which unfortunately led Sega to having no interest in the very cool but supremely mishandled horror shooter The Grinder, which has a development so bizarre that I'm sure some dorky game show host guy will explain it all to you someday. But
Tournament!
Okay, let's just stop that now, yeah? Okay, thanks. Did not start its life as a brightly colored mythological fantasy fighter, but something very different and yet really similar. It was first revealed in 2009 as Gladiator AD and had a far grittier vision than what would eventually be released on store shelves, complete with slow motion effects and blood and gore, akin to most Zack Snyder fare at the time. And they certainly did not skimp out on that last one, as it came gushing out of you and your opponents, which would then be further emphasized by multiple gory cinematic finishing moves for every character, along with a screaming throng of onlookers watching the bout. The game was made playable at that year's E3, which is where this footage is from, and even taking a cursory glance at it, you can see some stark differences outside of the characters and color palette. Gladiator AD played less like a traditional fighter than one might expect, leaning, quite literally, into more of a punch-out style angle, where your selected character is constantly focused on their opponent and needs to dodge and quickly counter whenever attacks come their way. Judging by this footage, it looks pretty straightforward. You don't have free reign of your character's movement, and you still have plenty of attack options, including a throwing and grappling mechanic that would lead to a brief cinematic moment. High Voltage, of course, being on the cutting edge of Wii hardware, were also planning on supporting the Wii Motion Plus accessory to make sure that if players would have to waggle, it would at least work more than 50% of the time. After this E3 though, the game suddenly went dark, for quite a while in fact, and when it resurfaced in February of 2010, things had taken a very abrupt turn. Most likely due to the underperforming nature of such mature-rated Wii games like Dead Space Extraction, Manhunt 2, and specifically the Sega-published Mad World and House of the Dead Overkill, Sega gave Gladiator AD a thumbs down, and
Tournament of Legends!
the thumbs up. The idea here was to tone down the violence across the board to get that teen rating, but that meant there would no longer be any sizzle to the steak. So a collection of mythological beasts, gods, and miscellaneous were slotted in, and the finishing moves were slotted out. In their place was a heavy reliance on magical attacks, elemental buffs, arena-based QTEs, and cartoonish voice acting, all for the low price of $29.99. Suffice to say, this gambit did not work, as Contest of Fables was savaged in most reviews, and by every metric I could find, did not sell well, as back then anything that was budget priced, especially on the Wii, was more of a warning to the potential buyer to just stay away. Its commercial failure also sunk the chances of the theoretical Xbox 360 and PS3 ports that High Voltage representatives had once mentioned, as I can only imagine Sega quickly lost any interest in growing this IP. Speaking of Sega, the decision to suddenly pivot the tone, violence, and visuals away from what Gladiator AD promised came directly from them. And while I honestly think this was the wrong move, I can't really blame their logic either. Both Mad World and Overkill were great games, but they simply didn't sell the numbers they had expected. But I mean, both of them definitely sold better and were more well remembered than
Tournament of Legends!
Fucking hell. High Voltage is still kicking around though. Sorta, as their work history seems to have dried up considerably since 2020, with their last credited work being on some Walking Dead game. Their social media, though, has recently been promoting a self-published indie game called Dragon Front Adventures, which seems to be some kind of turn-based deck-building roguelike simulator. I already lost interest. But yeah, that is a little jaunt through the history of this mythological button basher, or Wii Waggler, I should say. And with the full context now out in the open, it's time for me to rip into its most well-known change, which would be the... So I'm going to be upfront. I emulated Tournament of Legends. We're done with that now. So it's presented to you in nice crispy HD, and honestly, it's quite the looker for the Wii. Menus, stages, character models all look better than your average game on the console, and it's an opinion I also had when I first played it back in 2010. I don't think it's quite as impressive looking as, say, the Conduit 1 or 2, or any of Nintendo's first or second party efforts, but for $29.99, you could do, a lot worse. In fact, I think its visuals are its best feature, because, as we'll see, the rest of the package, from the presentation to the gameplay, is worse. First off, allow me to present this menagerie of magical miscreants. We have the Gladiator, Marcus, the Gorgon, Narcia, Bast, the Cat Goddess, the undead samurai duo of Aki and Goryo, Minotaur Bravehoof, Automaton Volcanus, Kara the Valkyrie, and finally Jupiter, as in the god, who's kind of presented like the final boss, even though he isn't at all. Now, if you're accounting there, that's a starting roster of 8, just 8 characters in 2010, which is pretty undefendable. Now, there are 2 unlockable real bosses, but my head bands off to you if you've ever bothered to unlock them. Once you near the final stages of the arcade mode, you encounter Valeska, who is an honest-to-God female skeleton warriors and is tougher than a coffin nail. If you beat her, and that's a big if, she gets in your head and counters all of your shit, you then unlock her for regular play. If you lose though, you just continue on to the final boss, so you only get 1 shot per run. That final boss is Thanatos, the god of death or something. Hey, you don't look like the gothic little hottie you're supposed to be, fuck outta here. If you then beat the game with every single character, including Valeska, this raven-faced sumbitch is yours to control, which is absolutely 100% not worth doing, something we'll get to a bit later. Since we're talking about presentation though, I think most of these characters from a design standpoint look decent. Sure, Marcus is pretty generic. In fact, all of them are in some small way or another, but compared to some other rosters I've been forced to look at in the past, these Legends of Tournament of Legends are a cut above. Now, I mentioned stages before, and all of these look pretty sharp, as a number of them were just ripped out of Gladiator AD wholesale and given some more color, but a few are all new. What is missing, however, is any sort of crowd of onlookers, which was present in the previous version, and I think gave it a bit more glitz and glam. Now, most, if not all of the arenas are totally barren. Hell, even the Colosseum, which you'd think would be bursting with 50,000 smelly Romans, is instead completely abandoned. Like, let's throw some crappy little sprites out there or something, I don't know. This omission is most likely due to some sort of technical reason, but it could also double as some sort of prophetic commentary on the game's future sales prospects. Rounding out the presentational package is the music and audio, and I honestly can't recall much about the former. What's here sounds serviceable, but not especially memorable. What is more memorable, for the wrong reasons, is the speech and dialogue, because while the narrator does a fine job, the rest of the cast does, less so.
My slave will crush you with heavenly demonic force. Don't make me angry. Bad things happen when I'm angry.
There's just this weird disconnect where the voice actors were told to do something far more comedic and cartoony than the story and theme suggests.
You're about to find out that I'm bad to the bone!
In said story, Jupiter has gone missing, thus the seat of the gods is now vacant, and Thanatos, being the Lord of Death and all, has declared to all his ops that he's now the superior being. Every other character is therefore coming for that smoke, and if they prove victorious, they'll use the power of life and death for their own means. Does that sound like a plot that fits in with,
Your defeat will add to my ever-growing legend.
Yeah, didn't think so. After just a few matches, you'll get tired of all the jaw-jacking, as there's this very fine line between annoying and delightfully cheesy, and these legends do not tread that line. We'll end with another positive though, and that is that each fantasy fighter has their own ending and intro. These are done via comic book style panels, the cutscene workhorse of most Wii games. And I can't lie, as far as endings go, they're pretty solid. The art is serviceable, they're voiced by the narrator, and a bunch of them even sequel bait, which in retrospect is pretty funny. But care to take any guesses on what's not so funny? Any guesses at all? Oof. This is where Tournament of Legends completely shits itself. I'm just gonna be real with you. With the loss of Gladiator AD's Blood and Guts, High Voltage then decided the game needed a bunch of systems to make up for its removal, but still wanted to retain a simple control scheme. But with the limited amount of time they were given, slightly more than a year, this mission was not accomplished. The gameplay is this weird mishmash of the Punch-Out style they were going with before and an arena fighter that they seem to be aiming for later, and it's just a mess. Your character is still locked facing the opponent, but the camera is positioned almost kind of behind your back, but you can still dodge left and right, but can also now move forward and backwards. This takes a long time to get used to, as it lacks full free movement, but is far more stiff and awkward than any other traditional fighting game. You have a vertical attack, a horizontal attack, an unnamed third attack, and finally a power attack. You also have an elemental enchantment button, a throw a projectile button, a special move button, a block button, and it's just all bad. I played this via classic controller support and messed around with the Wiimote controls very briefly, and yeah, buttons are the way to go, but it's not that big of an improvement. The idea is to chip away at your opponent's health with your normal attacks, which power your special meter, as each pip then lets you use your magical based moves. You activate said moves by pressing the special button along with associated direction on the stick, with each one providing something different, kinda like Smash. Throwing a projectile costs meter too, but I don't know why you'd use it, as most special moves already have a long-range utility. For example, Marcus throws out a piece of meat and a lion goes pouncing after it, causing damage, or Bast can use the Eye of Ra to shoot a fiery stream of destruction. Some of these are entertaining to see, but you can't really work them into your game plan because you can't really chain your normals into them or anything, as each system behaves very separately from each other. The power attack, when it hits, causes the camera to swing around behind the other character, giving them a slight advantage, I guess? These moments are called turning the tide, but all it takes is to get hit by one again and it just goes back and forth. There's no depth to it at all. The small green meter is your elemental enchantment. Once this is full, you can temporarily buff your weapon with a specific effect. Fire damage, poison, electricity, all your standard dishwater fantasy stuff. Then there's the armor system, which honestly doesn't amount to much. Hit your foe a few times and these 4 corners near their life bar slowly degrade, and I guess once that piece of armor falls off, they take more damage, but I honestly didn't notice any difference. Now, you'd think with the loss of fatalities, they might have implemented cinematic supers or something, like whenever your opponent's armor pieces are all gone, you could do a flashy, non-violent finishing move? Yeah, no, I guess the fates decreed it would not be so. Before we wrap up on the mechanics, there's just 1 or 2 other elements that I have a very love-hate relationship with, emphasis on the hate. On every stage, a cinematic will randomly trigger where a hazard will affect both players. A giant crab will get all pinchy, a trident will try to skewer you, or a squad of literal skeleton warriors will come stomping through. These just need a quick flick of the sticks or motion controls to avoid, but if you manage to do so and your opponent does not, you are both locked into place for a few seconds with neither of you being allowed to move. Like, wouldn't it make sense to let the player who avoided it an opportunity to press the advantage and attack? As it is, it just drags a lot of the momentum most fights already don't have down even further. While I like them for how fantastical they are and on paper it seems like a good addition, I kinda wish you could turn them off, because there's no way to avoid triggering them in a fight as far as I can tell. The last issue with the gameplay is the weapon and magical enhancement system, and it's not because it exists or it doesn't work, but the fact that they made them universally shared across the cast. Whenever you beat a character like Narcia, the super sexy Gorgon lady, you win her daggers and get her enhancement power. You can then choose to swap to them in the next fight or stick with the default weapon you started off with. This then takes the concept of characters and essentially makes them moot, because if you can just choose between any enhancement or weapon, it then completely dilutes the cast because the movesets are already so limited. I get what they were trying to do, allowing the player to experiment and swap different powers in and out, but it's also one of the few things that made each fighter unique in the first place. This all makes for one of the most unsatisfying and boring fighting systems you'll ever see, as it's all designed to be a template and feels cobbled together at the last minute, most likely because it was. You can sort of feel like they were almost onto something, but the short time frame they had left, High Voltage perhaps should have pivoted onto a traditional arena-based fighter or stuck with the whole Punch-Out thing. As for Tournament of Legends modes, well, there's not much to say beyond what I'm about to. There's Arcade, Versus, and Practice, which is pretty standard but a bit paltry in 2010. Practice, however, is where things really start to burn my bones. Once you select it, you're then treated to a pixelated video explanation of the core systems, and you best remember it because it only plays once here, as you can't look up these explanations in any sort of pause screen, so you gotta quit out to the main menu and then select Practice again. Once you're in, you pick your character, and your opponent gets automatically chosen for you, and it's always a mirror match for some reason. Your doppelganger then instantly starts fighting you, moving around, attacking, dodging, the whole damn show. And there's no way to turn them off or alter their behavior because guess what? There's no training options. Zero. Why? Why even call this practice mode? I get it's not a super deep technical fighter, but at least let me put the meters on max or turn off the damn CPU. As it is, the better practice mode is to boot up Versus and just use a second controller to set up a dummy, because it's not like there'll be anyone else in the room chomping at the Wiimote to want to play with you. I don't know why that pissed me off so much, yeah. Oh, speaking of pissed off. Here's the thing with Tournament of Legends, right? Outside of everything else, you can just feel how it was originally designed with motion controls for the dodging and attacking in Gladiator AD, and when they converted to mostly buttons, it wound up feeling as awkward as, well, it feels. Your character is so stationary most of the time, with, not being able to jump at all or free roam, and how each attack and gameplay system functions in a very isolated way. What's more is that the Wii Motion Plus support from Gladiator AD was completely dropped as well, so the few times motion controls are required, like when you're knocked down or need to avoid a QTE, well, it fails often. When I say often, I mean all the goddamn time. I assume at this point, Sega didn't want money and or time being spent on supporting an optional peripheral, and they sure as hell didn't want to bother packing one in. But yeah, this is something you just need to go hands-on with to really understand, but I gotta say, in terms of game feel, it's definitely not the worst. But personally, just as a point of reference, I'd rather play Castlevania Judgment 1,000,000 times before playing this again. I can tell you that for free. Oh, and since I brought up Judgment, I think it's time to judge where these so-called legends stack up in the worst fighting game tier list. So, let's do it. Alright, so modes and mechanics is where this one really flails and splutters around, as they're just not satisfying or work together in an organic way. The power hits, the magic, the stage traps, they're all really befuddling and confusing, but at the same time also super limited and shallow, which I guess is some kind of accomplishment? It's a shame because the presentation is pretty strong, save for the voice acting, and you can just feel like they had a few cool ideas that could have been way better if they had more time to reiterate them. And again, while I get why Gladiator AD was retooled, I think going the much simpler Punch-Out route and spicing things up with ultra-violence would have at least made a bit more impact than this weird, forgettable budget bin hybrid. But the question now is, where does that place it within our hierarchy of horribleness? Well, given that its gameplay is the main culprit, I feel pretty satisfied that it can sit alongside its brother-in-arms Cardinal Sin in the close but not quite tier. And thus, the fates have finally spoken. Thanks once again to Mondly for sponsoring today's epic episode, and if you out there know of any other spectacularly stinky fighting games you'd like to see in our ring, please consult the tier and or playlist to see what I've covered before. Let me know in the comments below, or head on over to my Blue Sky account, cause Twitter is garbage. Until then, Warriors, I'll see you next time on the worst fighting game. Welcome once again, Warriors, to this crappy contest of champions, this battle of buffoons, this
Tournament
No, we're not doing that again. That is The Worst Fighting Game, where we pit various pathetic, perverse paupers against the sweaty might of Pit Fighter, which again is the abhorrent, irredeemable SNES version for those not following at home. Now, throughout this long, bloody kumite, there's been a few past contenders whose reputations have very much preceded them, with the overhyped mechanical monstrosity Rise of the Robots being a particularly egregious one. And if you've seen that episode, you'll recall that I gave it the barest of passes from being a new champion because of its strong graphical and presentational aspects. The impressive CG snippets, the general concept, the robot design, and of course, the 5-second music loop by Queen's Brian May. And while the gameplay was slow and very basic, it did show promise of what the developers, Mirage, were going for, which is why I'm now entertaining that promise by loading up its oft, and purposely so, forgotten sequel, Rise 2 Resurrection, for the PlayStation, Saturn, and PC. On paper, it's got it all. More moves, more robots, more mechanics. I mean, how could it not be a quantum leap over its predecessor? Let's find out when we get it in the ring. So, despite the massive wave of negative reviews for pretty much every version of Rise of the Robots that was released between late 1994 and early 95, the game was enough of a financial success to warrant a sequel, although it should be noted the publishing rights this time around were given exclusively to Acclaim, as Time Warner and Absolute wanted absolutely no part of a follow-up. Even back then though, when I started seeing adverts in magazines and comics, I recognized how they were trying to distance themselves from the bad rep of the first game by simply calling it just Rise 2 instead of Rise of the Robots 2. That's like the first Mortal Kombat selling well, but getting lambasted critically, so for the sequel, they called it Combat 2 Outworld Wars or some crap. Anyway, Mirage at least attempted some improvements to their quote-unquote formula, but they were not given a whole lot of time to do so. The original ROT-TER released first in November 94 for DOS and the Amiga, but the sequel crashed onto store shelves in March of 96, just 15 months to try to both salvage the brand and come to grips with two new pieces of console hardware. But much like when they were developing the original, Mirage seemed to greatly, and I can't emphasize this enough, greatly focused all their attention on just the PC version, while the PlayStation and Saturn ports were very much afterthoughts. Now, I can understand how that would be the case for 16-bit systems back in 94, but for much more powerful 32-bit machines, it's pretty inexcusable, which I guess is another testament to just how little time they had to make this follow-up. So when Rise 2 was released, the critical reception wasn't any less harsh than the first one. In fact, it was kind of worse, given that way less magazines even bothered to cover the game the second time around. Next Generation, for example, didn't give either console versions the time of day when they released, seeing fit to only give them a quick blurb in their year-end wrap-up, and awarding both a 1 out of 5, saying it was even more dreadful than the original. IGN also chimed in with a tight 4-paragraph review, and awarded it a 2 out of 10, saying, "The original 16-bit Rise of the Robots was possibly one of the worst fighters ever made. That is, until Rise 2 was released. Not only does the sequel stink as badly as the first, it pretends to be a next-generation title. It's just a crudely souped-up 16-bit game with big ambitions." I don't even agree with that. Well, not the last part, because in no way does Rise 2 have big ambitions. Regardless, this became the final bolt in the cyber robo-coffin or recycling bin of the franchise. Mirage lasted 3 more years and a few more titles before they closed up shop in 1999, which, to their credit, was honestly longer than I had expected. You know what's not so much in their credit though? One thing you can say about the first rising of the robots is that it was quite the looker in '94. On the Amiga and DOS, the sprites were huge and very sharp, and while the console versions did look noticeably inferior, they were still impressive for the respective hardware. For Rise 2, however, no matter which version you pick, the presentation and visual fidelity has taken a hit across the board. While things still look better on PC, I played the DOS version for this video, the sprites are way less impressive looking, as they've been reduced in size and are not modeled as nicely as the 7 original bots. Like, look here, listen at this comparison between the main character Cyborg in both games. I don't know about you, but the original looks so much cleaner. What's weirder though is just the scaling of everything, and how each robot is displayed against the background and alongside each other, as some feel like they're more in the foreground and some less. Like, the alignment of everything is just off, which is a problem I don't think I've ever seen before. I feel like this affects the console versions more somehow, but that actually might be related to another issue. All of the fighters have this nasty gray pixelated outline that is just so immediately distracting, not to mention the more washed out everything. Like, I know this was Mirage's first time working with these consoles, but I mean, both the Saturn and PlayStation were getting some pretty decent arcade ports by '96, so it's kind of baffling it looks this damn bad. That's not to mention the horrendous load times, where getting into a match isn't too bad until you think about it, because when you consider the small sprites, limited animation, and static backgrounds, it's longer than it should be. That's just a nitpick though, because it does not compare to when a fight ends, as it's just 17 solid seconds of absolutely nothing. Aside from that, all the cool 90s techno future presentation stuff has been pretty much ripped out. Now you just have basic menus instead of Cyborg tapping at a computer console, the short CGI clips before each bout are gone, there's no command prompt UI elements, all that stuff has been just stripped down to the bare minimum. The only time there are any video snippets is if you let the demo play, which slowly cycles through all the bots, but why couldn't these play before each match? As bad as the original Rise was, those short clips at least added to the atmosphere, so it's baffling now with only CD-based formats in the mix that they dropped the ball this hard. The soundtrack isn't bad, thanks Mr. May, whom I believe had more involvement this time around, but it's also somehow less memorable than the tracks you heard in the first game, which had a more video gamey techno vibe to it that just hit the ears better. In comparison, the music in Rise 2 just kinda melds together and doesn't make for a very strong impression, and when you couple that with a stripped down visual presentation, well, it comes off as a way more rushed and generic product. The raspy robotic announcer does give it socks though.
Primate twins.
Now, if you're looking for any type of story, the Raw game will not provide one, as there is no text crawl or intro explaining what the hell is going on, and in an even shittier move, there's no unique endings in Rise 2 either. Whenever you do scrap the final boss, which is again the supervisor from the first game, you always receive the exact same message, and is the most banal, snooze-inducing congratulations screen I've ever seen. Just a super generic new generation style promo. But if you're still salivating for some insane lore, you'll only find that through the instruction manual, which does contain 5 full dense-ass pages of 100% pure bollocks. Here's just a sample. Cotton the Cyborg had failed. Not only had the supervisor defeated him, she absorbed him into her world. She recycled his cybornetic body, retaining only his mind. She then hooked him up to the electrocore building robot control network, cloning his mental patterns to bolster the artificial intelligence of both herself and her subservient robots. By keeping his brain alive, she could drip feed her subjects selected human characteristics through net-like pheromones. The supervisor assimilated through the cyborg's human brain the last elements to complete her psychosis of evil desire. Electrocore was not enough. She wanted the solar system. Yeah, this just goes on. And while I get it's telling a tale about the dangers of artificial intelligence spinning wildly out of control when being poorly designed by incompetent nitwits, it's needlessly drawn out and just doesn't frame the action all that well. Like, apparently you still play as one of the last human remnants or memories of Cotton the Magic Cyborg's brains, and you're then inhabiting the shells of these other subservient bots in an attempt to destroy the supervisor? But, like, why can't it just be, we rose up, we beat the humans, now, who is the strongest amongst us? I mean, I would just go back to the age-old rule, just keep it simple, stupid. As for all those other bots, well, there's a lot of them, perhaps a bit too many, because in addition to the original lineup of Cyborg, Builder, Crusher, Loader, Military, Sentry, and the Supervisor, there's a whole bunch of others that are just variants of them. Lockjaw, Necroborg, Griller, Vandal, etc. They have a few unique special moves, but all of their designs and normal attacks are pretty similar, so picture a game where the whole roster is just a bunch of Cyraxes and Sectors, and you'll have an understanding of the mechanical depth of Rise 2. In addition to these 18 characters, there's also a selection of hidden fighters, which, guess what, are also all clones. There's Vitriol, Mayhem, Annihilate, Rack, Assault, and Naden. And then Ard1, Sane, Suppressor. As you can see, the roster has a lot of copying and or pasting throughout, and that also bleeds into the fighting mechanics for reasons I will now dissect. First of all, and I know this is a big deal, there are throws in this game, and they mostly work like they should, so that's a positive change. There are also now way more special moves per character, which wouldn't be a hard thing to do, because Mirage saw fit to only design 1 or 2 special attacks per bot in the first game. So while it's nice there's more, the problem lies with the fact that actually performing them is unreliable at the best of times, or just plain annoying. There's plenty of button taps like in Mortal Kombat, but they require really specific timing that it can never fully grasp. But there's also command motions like in Street Fighter, but these behave even more bizarrely. For some reason, Mirage decided to utilize the most awkward motions they possibly could, as every fighter has at least one quarter circle motion that starts on forward and then just goes down, and it launches like a fireball or rushing punch. I can't tell you how unintuitive this feels when you're facing your opponent, as it just goes against decades of fighting game knowledge. In addition to that, some specials are so ludicrously powerful, getting hit by just 2 or 3 will easily KO the ever-loving shit out of you, while others barely do any damage. And since there's over 18 characters, the balance here is so unhinged, it makes me feel like I'm playing a Rainbow Edition or Mugen or something. There's also super moves that are powered by this tiny unassuming bar on the bottom of the screen that it could rarely ever fill up. Everyone has one super, but they always seem to be done via the same command. Forward, then half circle forward and punch, but I swear, I think I was only able to pull it off once or twice, and when you do, they're really nothing special. This clearly was an addition that was absolutely slapped in without much thought or design to it, as they're not fun to pull off or impressive visually, something that's gonna carry over to the next improvement that Rise 2 was given. Here, Mirage decided to innovate with the inclusion of executions or finishers, where after the decisive round, you're given a few seconds to input a command, which will then eliminate your robotic foe in spectacular fashion. What a novel concept! Sarcasm aside, the issue here is that nobody knows how to perform one. Game FAQs has nothing, the fandom.com page for Rise 2 is essentially empty, and the instruction manual just says to find out for yourself. The video you're seeing now is the only one I can find on the internet of said finishers, and try to be shocked, they're all really lame. In what was obviously another time-saving effort, many of these fatalities are identical in that the robots aren't actually doing anything unique or cool, it's just that their fallen foes explode or get dismantled in 4 or 5 different ways, so there's a ton of repetition. Just give me OMF 2097's destruction moves over these any day of the week. Now, if this transparent attempt to grab some of Mortal Kombat's edge had happened to be an isolated gameplay element, whatever, I'll give it a pass. Unfortunately, Mirage decided once again it should feed into a whole other system. If you do manage to execute your opponent, you actually get something for it: their main projectile. These little icons near the life bars indicate which ones you've collected, but the problem, once again, is that they're all painfully similar, with none of them behaving drastically different from each other, except their color and shape. The idea behind it is neat, but honestly, it was done to much better effect in a bunch of other games before and after Rise 2's release. Hell, even Bloodstorm did it better with its weird CG-rendered Hulk hand gauntlets. The last element to the mechanics I want to talk about has to do with an insane difference between the console and PC versions, which greatly affects every bout. Both the PS1 and Saturn ports have completely static backgrounds, as mentioned before, which makes them painfully boring to look at, but I mean, that is in line with the first game. Over on the PC though, that is not the case at all. Every stage has stuff like a giant metal spider from Wild Wild West jittering about, planes and lights glittering in the sky of the rooftop stage, or shipping crates being loaded in the cargo bay. It's not just a visual thing though, in that a big percentage of all these stages contain actual hazards both players need to avoid, like wall-mounted buzzsaws, explosive mines, or even that damn metal spider shooting globs of acid at you. Out of all the changes Rise 2 got, this is probably the only really impactful one, and it wasn't even included in the console versions. Like damn, just how rushed were these ports? Now, if you're wondering about the game's modes, don't. There's one player versus, and that's it. No training, survival, time attack, etc. The PC version does have a ton of different things you can tweak in the options mode, but this is nothing when compared to this one console exclusive thing, which is the weirdest difficulty toggle I've ever seen. Do you want the CPU to be running at full 23 capacity, or would you rather have that at 18? Too hard? Dial it down to 7 maybe? Like, why did they overthink this so much and design such a granular setting? Like, hard, normal, easy. Like, how did you manage to fuck that up, Mirage? Oh, speaking of fucked up. Oof, this is tough to say, but Rise 2 honestly feels worse to play than the original. The bigger sprites, the slower, more methodical speed, and the hit sparks, as basic as they were, just had a sense of impact that's not present here. Things are faster in some respects in Rise 2, but not faster in a good way. It's hard to explain. It probably has something to do with the animation, which is totally all over the place, in that some robots animate okay, and others, like Cyborg here, the main goddamn character, do not. In addition to all that, the hitboxes are a massive tangled mess with nothing feeling consistent at all. Things hit when you don't think they will, and whiff in situations they shouldn't, like at all. So there's been zero attempt to balance and polish any of this, and while you can perform combos and in some rare instances juggles, it's barely built into the game's fabric, and when a bunch of normals and specials do tons of damage to begin with and have insanely good recovery, there's no real point in trying to dig any deeper. While Mirage certainly tried throwing a bunch of stuff at this sequel, barely any of it was an improvement. I think if they just fine-tuned what they were doing in the first game and go for a slightly bigger roster, like 10 or 12 characters max, they could have then focused more on, the core gameplay and feel. So, with that said, let's rank this robotic rube in our tier list of trash. Now, off the bat, the PC version of Rise 2 is superior to the console one. It looks better, plays slightly better, and has more features, especially if you opt for the fancy pants director's cut, which has making of materials, more stages, more music, and sheep men and bunny rabbit?
Mom spaghetti.
So with that in mind, I'm going to be generous here and place the PC version slightly higher, or I guess lower, than the original Rise of the Robots. But oof, the console version of Rise 2, it 100% looks worse, takes longer to load, has more basic backgrounds, and just feels more awkward to play. It's super rare that a sequel to such a reviled game would come out this bad, but that's the thing. It's more confounding and disappointing that they got a second shot and still completely biffed it. So that's why I'm placing the PlayStation and Saturn versions right alongside its predecessor in the Grand Trash Master tier. So, that's another circuit board frying episode of the worst fighting game done and dusted. And done is exactly what I am with Mirage Limited, since they didn't dare make a second sequel after this. Like, they only made Bedlam 2, a pool game, and some action title, I guess, called The Theater of Pain. Wait, which one was that again? No. Welcome back, Warriors, to the worst fighting game, my never-ending journey to find the very best of the very worst. So this week, I plan to take on the obscurity of Mirage Entertainment's Theater of Pain, their third and final fighter after their two failed attempts at representing robots ravaging each other. But I couldn't get it to work on my PC, so yeah, screw it, it's Dinorex time! While not exactly known for thoughtfully design mechanics like Capcom or technology-pushing arcade hardware like Namco, Dinorex's developer, the Taito Corporation, got by during the 80s and 90s by being really weird. Kiki Kai Kai, Growl, the Sonic Blastman game that you physically had to punch, and of course the Rastan series. They did make several attempts at fighting games as well, but for reasons we'll dig into, they never quite got that KO punch they were looking for, which they're now gonna need if they want to knock Tai, Kato, and the other guy from atop their sweaty, digitized throne. Fortunately, one of their fighting games just might be able to do that, but not with a punch, but with a slow, awkward tail swipe straight from the Cretaceous period, or, more accurately, 2500 years BC. But we won't know for sure until we can get these ancient multicolored creatures in the ring. Now, while Taito may not have had the best reputation in the late 80s or early 90s, they are quintessential whenever you talk about Japanese gaming history, and even well beyond that because they were the ones who developed Space Invaders. To say this kickstarted the entire arcade industry worldwide wouldn't be an understatement, and while they rarely produced anything else that had the same impact, shoot-'em-ups logically became their bread and butter. So, in 1991, a team at Taito who had previously developed the two shmups you see here started up their third title, and again decided to stick with what they knew, but wanted to add an additional spice from around 65 million years ago. This earliest form of the project was going to feature a playable helicopter, which would, and I'm hazarding a guess here, fight off waves of dinosaurs in the traditional shmup style. However, once Capcom's Street Fighter II released to pretty much universal acclaim and rejuvenated the entire arcade industry, Taito's plans would suddenly change. The team then decided to retool what they had into a one-on-one fighting game, and the results pretty much speak for themselves, as Dinorex is often cited as one of the poorest attempts to try to capitalize on the whole white-hot genre that was the button basher. When this originally released, though, it pretty pretty much came and went without much fanfare, and it's only over the last 15 years or so, through the wonders of emulation, that people were able to discover just how unconventional it is. The team who made it obviously had zero experience when it came to designing melee fighting mechanics, and the fact it originally started as a shmup is pretty apparent in the first 5 seconds you actually start playing it, as everything feels just incorrect. What's funny though is that with it being unburdened by genre staples, it meant that Dinorex absolutely has some charming aspects to it, so much so that a small but passionate community, or at the very least ardent admirers, have since sprung up in Kosoge circles. Not sure if that fact helped move the needle much in convincing Hamster to add it to the Arcade Archives line back in 2023, but I suppose it didn't hurt its chances either. So while the gameplay is of course the biggest issue, there's no denying that Dinorex certainly has a very distinctive art style, and also an eclectic soundscape. So allow me to start gnashing my teeth as I tear into its... Listen, I can't lie to you. It's very difficult to look at Dinorex and not compare every single aspect to Primal Rage, but that really wouldn't be fair considering these dinos predated Rage by 2 whole years. But I'm still gonna compare it here and there. Like, man, you take one look at this thing and you can't help but go, oh, this is gonna be rough. However, a lot, but not all of Taito's games actually look like this sort of grimy, messy, washed out graphical style that could show off minute little details but lack the colorful, appealing nature of games from Capcom or Konami. The dinos, as you can see, are mostly done up with drab, muted colors which really don't excite the senses, do they?
And browns and beiges and dark browns and light browns and browns and beige.
That is, of course, except for the biggest, chunkiest boy in the game, the tyrannically rotund Tyrannosaurus Rex. He's the only selectable fighter whose default color sort of stands out, but also makes him feel very toy-like, which shouldn't be too surprising as the moment-to-moment gameplay very much feels like someone mashed 2 dinosaur action figures together and filmed it, which I think is probably how Taito actually developed this thing. Anyway, let's run down the rest of the quote-unquote cast because it will not take very long. There's only 5 other selectable creatures, making for a total of 6, and I'm sorry, but that's pretty inexcusable for 1992, but at least it's still 3 more than Pit Fighter, to be fair. There's the Allosaurus, followed by the good old Triceratops, Pacliocephalosaurus, and technically that's it, but I did say 5 others, yeah? That's because the last 2 characters are clones with some extra crap stapled to their heads. Suffice it to say, all of them lack the panache and style of a lot of other characters you saw in fighting games at the time, and that's partially because here they're not really the stars of Dinorex. The story is more about the humans who apparently lived alongside the dinos and control them as their riders/trainers, so it leans more into a Pokemon style with the humans barking out orders and cracking whips in the foreground. The main goal is to defeat the CPU-controlled Tyrannosaur and his rider, where you're then rewarded with some type of Amazon Queen. Amazon Queen. You know what? I'll just let the intro tell the rest of this gripping tale. Some of clay figures discovered in the ruins of South America assume dinosaurs on which mankind ride. From this, some were of the option that mankind and dinosaurs lived together. A battlefield existed there that was the world controlled by Amazons. In this place, the man of the other tribes strive for the queen once of a year. At that time, a man who proved that his dinosaur was stronger than the other men was able to obtain the queen, and a year of being the world master was reserved for him. The king was called Dinorex. So, in reality, the dinosaurs are presented much more like animals, just a means to an end, rather than hyping them up as our superior overlords or gods like Primal Rage did. This also means there's no unique endings, just the same one as you always control the human character, so it really doesn't matter who you pick. The last thing I have to mention, of course, is the sound, which really, well, it's bad. The dinosaur sound effects grate on the ears, and that's putting it nicely, and many are clearly not from sources that even come close to sounding dinosaurian. Like, I get how many animal roars are often mixed together to produce something that does sound dinosaurian, but that's not what Taito had in mind. You know what Taito also didn't pay much mind to? I'm just gonna come right out and say it, Dinorex barely feels like a fighting game at all, as I think the team that made it took only a passing glance at Street Fighter 2 or anything SNK was doing, and didn't even implement that. You have only 2 attack buttons, which I think may be a holdover of when this was a shmup, with one controlling punches while the other kicks. Well, it sorta does, but for most of the cast it just performs tail swipes. Pressing up makes you jump, of course, which is something I would be saying to you if this wasn't Dinorex. No, pressing up roars, which if you keep doing will fill the stocks of your power meter, which we'll get to in a bit. So how do you jump? Well, you have to press down, then up quickly, and even then you can only perform a neutral jump as there's no universal way to jump forwards or backwards. Again, kinda. Pressing back does nothing except walk backwards, which then begs the question, how do you block? The face buttons don't, holding back clearly doesn't, neither does pressing start, which only realistically leaves one option. You press down to block. This setup is so unintuitive and really makes Dinorex hard to enjoy off the bat, and even long after that. Each dino, of course, has different animations and normals, but they only have a few special moves each, and while their main one is helpfully shown on the select screen, a lot of them are done via 360 motions or like 2040 motions, which, it's pretty bizarre. Fortunately, there is a highlight or two amongst all these lowlights, with one of them being that power meter I mentioned earlier. You start off each round with it fully maxed out, and pressing punch and kick together launches your dino buddy with a forward jumping attack, which happens to be the only way you can do one. If you connect with this, and believe me, it's not easy, it sends your opponent flying backwards, where if you keep mashing both buttons together, it extends the combo to 3 big attacks, and honestly, looks pretty spectacular, especially when you smash through some of the scenery. Now, if you don't have 3 stocks of the power meter, it's really not worth doing as the damage is minimal at best. You need all 3 stocks to make a difference, and fortunately you can roar to get all those power bars back. Now, there's no real variety to this system, and your opponent has no way to counter it aside from blocking the first attack, but for 1992, this really is a spectacle. I actually wish Primal Rage had background destruction like this, as it would have sold the might and size of the creatures a lot more effectively. This mayhem also leads to another much smaller system, which are usable weapons that are produced from the destruction, which mostly come in the forms of logs or giant bones. These are typically one-use only weapons, but they do a hefty amount of damage, except for the Tyrannosaur, who only ever eats them instead of swinging them, so I guess he is not too pressed about actually winning matches. Speaking of not winning matches, in the very rare circumstance that a fight ends in a draw, the dinosaurs take a back seat as the humans then duke it out to see who gets the match point. These guys, who literally are just Rastans with masks, have secret Street Fighter style special moves, and it's probably one of the niftier but least known aspects to Dinorex. Coupled with that, we have the bonus rounds that happen in between matches, and damn, it's here where you can really see those shmup origins shine. A cutscene explains that some Amazon babe hops you up on goofballs, where you then proceed to have a trippy, playable dream of your chosen dino rampaging in the modern day. Yeah, wipe out all the cops, helicopters, and civilians until you can destroy a building owned by an evil businessman. This is such a random inclusion, but is also one of the main things that gives Dinorex its indescribable charm. Like, who thinks, oh yeah, the bonus stages should just be Rampage. That's good, we're crushing it here, team. And that's really it in terms of mechanics. There are some slightly more advanced systems, like attacking your opponent while they're prone, that, while neat, I don't think are particularly useful, while some others, I don't even believe were intentional on Taito's part. But of course, it's a 1-2 punch, or claw swipe of negatives for Dinorex, as while the mechanics and control layout, have their issues, there's another area that's pretty problematic, which of course is the... If Taito's intent was to put you in control of giant, slow, lumbering thunder lizards, they nailed it. None of the controllable fighters in Dinorex feel good to play, as very few of their attacks give the impression they were deliberately designed to be responsive or even be clear as to what their function is. It's just a lot of wild flailing of the limbs with very little rhyme or reason to it, and I think if they had gone with a more standard control template, back to block, ducking, jumping, and at least 4 attack buttons, you'd be able to make some sort of sense of all this madness, but there's not much point in wishing for that now. The speed of everything is also a problem. Walk speeds are super slow, and some sequences are over-animated, like when dinosaurs get knocked down, while others are too fast, like some specific special moves and normals. There's even more weirdo shit on top of that, like certain dinos doing more damage to other dinos than others. Like, for example, the Triceratops can dish out more damage to the T-Rex than the rest of the other selectable dinosaurs. Like, what sense does that make? But honestly, the worst thing about how Dinorex feels is simply crossing over to the other side of your opponent, and that's because it's not something you can actually do. Every time you get tossed or manage to jump over your saurian foe, an automatic animation kicks in with both fighters slowly moving back to their original neutral positions. Every single time. This makes matches so much slower than they need to be, and I really don't understand the intent behind this. Even if you win a round with a throw, the victor has to waddle on over to the correct side. Like, why? The match is done. I'm tired of it. Anyway, this is certainly a battle of extremes. Like, for every fun, goofy thing Dinorex does, it does 3 or 4 really annoying things to counteract that. Like, it's really unfun to play, but then there's this weird desire that takes hold of you to just keep playing. I guess just to see how low it can go and to see the next English-riddled cutscene. But how will that translate to topping the tower of terribleness that is ruled by PIT-FIGHTER SNES? You really want to try and like Dinorex for some reason. The premise is so stupid it's amazing. The bizarre time-hopping cutscenes and bonus rounds hypnotize you with dinosaurnosis, and the awe-inspiring combo attacks are absolutely worth experiencing at least once. But these super unappealing graphics, annoying sound effects, unintuitive mechanics and control layout, and sludgy slow feel are huge knocks against it. Like, if you consider yourself a massive fan of dinosaurs and ironically or even unironically enjoy garbage like Jurassic Park Warpath, Dinorex just may be your thing. But if not, you're most likely going to find this to be one of the worst playing arcade fighters ever made. I mean, it's up there for me, but deep down, I'm still glad it exists. Just looking at it makes me picture its key art that invokes the crazy dinosaur fantasy paintings of the 80s and early 90s, like this Boris Vallejo one I had on me wall back when I was but a young skelelad. I'll never be as cool as that again. Anyway, where does that leave us? Well, while this game is the king of the dinos, it's not quite the king of the worst fighting games, although it's still pretty damn close. So that's why I'm making it our newest Grand Trash Master. So, Pit Fighter, you've won yet another match, and against a gaggle of dinosaurs, no less. But maybe we should pit you against a foe that's more on the same footing, that utilizes many of the same techniques, and hell, even has a similar amount of selectable characters. Maybe what you need to face next is the... Welcome back, troublesome quarrelers and general businessmen, to the blood-stained arena that is the worst fighting game, the eternal tournament where I try to find the very best of the very worst. Now, if any of you picked up on the subtle foreshadowing in our last episode, you'll be correct in assuming our next contender comes from the makers of Dinorex, the Taito Corporation, and not only represents the evolution of their fighting arcade games, but the evolution of the video game itself. It established a standard to which all other button bashers then had to be measured against, and even to this day, very few have ever surpassed. Now, with that being said, I just gotta be honest, that lofty standard I just mentioned didn't have anything to do with, say, the gameplay, the modes, the music, or even compelling characters, and that's because Taito's Violence Fight wasn't really about that. It was about the intangible thrill and charm of playing something that was 100% completely unhinged, in a time where fighting games were untethered from the shackles of polished mechanics, solid design, and of course, proofreading. But will that be enough to dethrone the mighty, sweaty, and very similar Pit Fighter? Well, we won't know for sure until we get it in the ring. The development of Violence Fight is about as lean and as straightforward as you'd expect from something called Violence Fight, with the success of beat-em-up spearheaded by the likes of Double Dragon and Capcom's Street Fighter I turning heads with its big colorful sprites. Taito was looking to capitalize on where these white-hot trends were starting to burn, and there's not much evidence to suggest that they had any greater ambitions outside of that. Taito was an arcade game-making factory at this time after all, pumping out tons of titles across a variety of genres, with Violence Fight just being one amongst many. Martial arts and action movies were incredibly popular across the globe in the late 80s, and thus Taito took a lot of inspo from them to craft the delicate and robust world of Violence Fight. It was released in Japan and Europe in late 1989, and then North America the following spring, and you'd think that would mean extra time would have been devoted to the localization, but sadly, or happily, depending on your perspective, that very much was not the case. So, due to that rushed localization job, or perhaps the lack of compelling gameplay and characters, it didn't quite become the mega hit Taito had been looking for, and didn't receive ports to any major consoles at the time because of it. And no, the PS2 Taito collections that were released 15 years later don't count. But I suppose Violence Fight eking out the 13th best performing arcade cabinet for about a month in Japan did enough for Taito to release what was essentially an expanded revision the following year. Solitary Fighter, a cab I have the fuzziest memories of seeing in a movie theater before a showing of Secret of the Ooze, is kinda like the Turbo Super Edition, although it's not much better in any meaningful way. It had a few more bells and whistles, made the existing boss characters playable, and added in some NPCs that occasionally threw some strays at both you and your opponent. Although, I have to give them credit where it's due. It did improve the HUD, going from tiny, hard-to-read numbers to a more traditional life bar. But, yeah, that's pretty much it, as Taito didn't push the series beyond that. In fact, they didn't bother releasing Solitary Fighter in their home country, and it doesn't even appear in the Taito collections, which had a really low bar of entry. Honestly, it's only in recent years where Violence Fight has accrued at least a little bit of notoriety due to its obviously eye-catching title and possibly the finest, purest examples of massive mistranslations. Oh, wait, you're not familiar with these linguistic faux pas? Well, allow me to tell you about them, and more as I point and laugh at the... We're all sitting down now, right? Everybody ready? Okay, here we go. In the early part of the 1950s in the USA, a game called Violence Fight was in vogue amongst mafia, reckless drivers, and general businessmen. The Violence Fight was the game to struggle for, #1 quarreler with fighters who were gathered from all parts of the USA, speaking boastingly of their strength. And of course, a lot of winning money as well as the honor were given to the winner. Here in downtown LA, a young fighter Bad and his manager Blinks seek for the winning money eagerly. Can Bad take the #1 place of the USA?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
That's the baseline you can expect when you start your Violence Fight journey. Next up, after that scintillating intro, you have your befuddling onomatopoeia such as Gogon, Dogon, and the most dangerous of all, Goon. And after that, you reach the final layer of this word-based warzone, which contains the likes of Sammy U, score a point over, and the various insane little backstories for each fighter. Quarreler. When you get down to it, this is the secret sauce which makes Violence Fight entertaining to experience. You honestly never know exactly how they're gonna butcher the English language next. When it comes to the other presentational aspects though, there's not actually all that much to say. The sprites are massive, perhaps even a bit too big, as they are always constantly filling the screen with all types of man-meat in various states of gooning, and that in turn makes it sometimes hard to follow all the action. The stages look pretty decent though, some are more lively than others, but smashing open barrels and crates looks pretty cool regardless of where you are. Music and sound is definitely one of the weaker aspects though, as most of the soundtrack is always being drowned out by the roaring crowd, which never ever seems to die down, so after a while it all starts to sound like white noise. Character designs, as you can see, take the 80s action movie influence quite literally. It's just a lot of tank tops, denim, tattoos, muscles, and mullets of several different styles and varieties, with none of the characters particularly standing out, visually at least. Instead, it's their monikers, such as Bad Blue, or sometimes Bat Blue, or Lick Joe, which do a lot of the heavy lifting to make them memorable, something that the other two playable quarrelers, Ben Smith and Lee Chen, are obviously lacking in. The two bosses, Ron Max and legally distinct Mr. T clone Tony 1, round out the rest of the package. But while we're on the subject of clones, I would be remiss to not mention that Violence Fight technically packs in one more character. After defeating Mr. Tony, you then have a mirror match, which is justified in-game by saying it's actually your younger brother that is somehow the exact same height and appearance. So obviously, with this being the final quarrel, there's a 0 in terms of unique individual endings here, but you are at least always rewarded with this absolute gem. You won all fight, and obtained not only money and peace, but also glory. And at the same time, you defeated your younger brother and knew cruelty and vanity of violence. However, neither place for peaceful living nor time for consolation exists, because young and strong fighters will challenge you one after another, until you are defeated just as you defeated them and lose the glory. Wow, words worth living by, but do you know what's worth way less than that? Punch, kick, and jump. This is the extent of Violence Fights gameplay. Now, to be fair, this is a really similar setup to another game that shares the same initials, but then I become dangerously close to comparing this to Virtua Fighter, and legally, I don't even think I'm allowed to do that. But yeah, since there's full movement allowed in these arenas, save for a stage or two, you can't press up and down to jump or duck, so that's why a jump button was included in the first place. If you press punch and kick together, you can actually duck attacks, while pressing jump with punch or kick pulls off one of the 2 special moves available for each quarreler. After that, pressing punch on a down opponent lets you pick up and toss them. You can also do this with crates and barrels, and that concludes this section about the gameplay of Violence Fight, cause there's not much else there. Now I will say, some of the special moves look cool, they're a bit more flashy than what was seen in Street Fighter 1 and certainly Pit Fighter, but at the same time the gameplay here feels more stripped down. I mean, if they had at least added actual melee weapons like Pit Fighter did have, would have gone a long way in offering some much needed variety. Honestly, all you really need to do is bully your opponent in the corner with constant punches and kicks, then pick them up and give them the old heave-ho whenever you've knocked them down after a big dogoon. If you instead try to get a bit fancy by throwing a crate or doing a special move, more often than not, it winds up whiffing or your opponent just hits you out of it. Really, the only sizzle to the steak here are the 2 bonus rounds which occur during an arcade ladder, because these really test your mettle and actually offer some meaningful content to the proceedings. Every second match, you find yourself face to face with the greatest martial artist known to man and animal.
Tiger, tiger, tiger.
First a tiger, and then a slightly different tiger. If you fail to score a dub in either match, and there's a high likelihood you will, these tigers have great range and normals, you thankfully just move on to your next human opponent, as these are indeed bonus matches. However, if you do manage to scrape your way to the top of the food chain, as seen in this diagram here, you then get the choice to power up either your punching or kicking strength, which actually helps you out in the last few matches. So there's definitely a sense of tension here, because unlike a lot of other fighters that have had bonus rounds before and after, these at least affected your character rather than just being for a high score. I actually think they should have done even more dumbass stuff like this, like 2 bulls strapped together or a bear holding a shark.
That looks really good.
Hell, we could have had a reverse growl situation going on. Now, despite all this, ludicrous vaudeville, the fact remains that the core gameplay of Violence Fight is still dishwater stuff, and unlike Pit Fighter, there's not even a co-op element here to help spice things up a little bit. But then, when you add in the hilariously bad English translation, the animal fights, and the quick pace of the fighting itself, you then start to see how comparable both these games start to get. The arcade versions at least. And then it comes down to answering the question as to whether or not this is superior or inferior to the SNES version of Pit Fighter, our current reigning champion, which I think might come down to the... Hell no, know this doesn't feel nearly as bad as Pit-Fighter SNES. Are you crazy? Now, while it is very mashy, aka punch-kicky, things at least move at a very quick pace in Violence Fight, as the quarrelers fly around the ring with a speedy stride and strikes feel relatively snappy. Is it the best animated or feeling arcade fighter of all time? Certainly not, but the weight and impact of landing a big Daguni or whatever has a decent sense of feedback and gravitas to it. With that said, I think the game controls and suffers more in the arenas where you're locked on a single 2D plane, because the combat complexity, or lack thereof, doesn't really support the limited amount of navigable space. So while not lighting the world on fire, the feel of Violence Fight, and I can't believe I'm saying this, is still light years ahead of something else, which is the stumpy, sludgy, indistinguishable attacks of Pit-Fighter SNES. So the question now remains, which tier will the quarrelers of 1950s Los Angeles have to tangle with to learn the true cruelty and vanity of violence? I think Taito was close to actually having something here, if they had somehow gone even harder on all the bollocksy stuff and released a sequel informed by the smoother controls and diverse characters of Street Fighter II, they might have been able to carve out their own really silly niche alternative. But instead, they farted out a mission pack update way too quickly, which essentially blew the potential of a Violence Fight sequel a little prematurely. So it makes a sort of sense that a game this trashy, but not without its charms, would fit quite nicely as a grand trash master. Oh, hey, Dinorex is here too! I'm sure you guys will get along just great.
Hey, come on!
And with those indiscernible noises, we come to the end of another round of our eternal tournament of terribleness. I truly believe we have won all fight, and obtained not only money and peace, but also glory. But if you out there know of any other contenders who could possibly outsweat Pit-Fighter SNES, let me know in the comments below, over in the fighting temples of my social media, or hell, join the Flophouse VIP Patreon, where I regularly hold polls on which fighters I'll be throwing into the ring in the future. And until then, quarrelers, I'll see you next time on the worst fighting game. Welcome back, Warriors, to another powerfully perilous episode of the worst fighting game, the endless tournament where I pit the dregs of the fighting game genre against one another for the honor of sitting on top of a kingdom of dirt. And no one has been ruling said kingdom with an iron fist more than the SNES version of Pit Fighter, which, to reiterate, has only 3 playable characters, no weapons, no ending of any kind, and doesn't have an options screen. Anyway, this week I've decided to go back to the SNES and Genesis library for a game that has haunted me ever since I was back wearing short pants. That being Power/Deadly Moves, the localized version of Power Athlete, which is just as unremarkable. This very, very blatant cash grab to try and capitalize on the success of Street Fighter II is infamous in some circles, because even though it's 100% crystal clear about its intentions to ride them coattails, it also did a few key things very differently, and also very wrong, in an attempt to try and stand out. But will it stand out enough to put up a good fight against the sweaty, befuddling might of Pit Fighter? Well, we won't know for sure until we get it in the ring. The story of Power Moves is, well, it's brief, I can tell you that. Kaneko, a name some, but I assume most of you might not have heard of, coasted by much of the 90s without any real blockbuster games to its credit. There was Blood Warrior, Heavy Unit, and B-Rap Boys in the arcade, but nothing else of any real note. Oh wait, I lied, because they also developed Jackie Chan Fists of Fire, probably one of the finest examples of a solid but silly Parvati-style button basher that's still played to this day. But while Kaneko developed plenty of games on their own, they were also a publisher that worked on even smaller titles with even smaller teams. So enter System Vision, a developer that doesn't even have its own Wikipedia page. They started their not very long career in the video game industry with two very different experiences. Chester Cheetah, Too Cool to Fool, and our subject today, Power Moves / Deadly Moves / Power Athlete. And while that's definitely not the best way to start off on the right foot, their output did see improvement over the years. Battle Master, a Super Famicom game that never got localized, is basically a better attempt at what they were trying to do here. While Ragnagard, a Saturn fighter that looks like this, was at least a good deal more distinct and had some interesting concepts. Unfortunately, System Vision didn't survive much beyond that, ceasing operations sometime in 1997, and while Kaneko survived for a good deal longer, they went out swinging with an entry in their Not Safe for Work Gals Panic series as their final release, before legal troubles forced them into bankruptcy in 2006. So yeah, aside from Jackie Chan and Gals Panic, I guess, neither company really left much of a legacy. In fact, Power Moves isn't really known for its gameplay, characters, or innovations, but it might be known for one thing: this infamous magazine print ad. Don't see anything wrong yet? Don't worry, I gotcha. Yeah, these screenshots, no, something's not right here at all. Yeah, for whatever reason, the American advertising firm or whomever didn't have or were too embarrassed to show actual screenshots of the game, so they had someone hurriedly fire up MS Paint circa 1992 in a thinly veiled attempt to try to fool the average consumer or stupid baby.
Oh my lord!
Stupid babies need the most attention.
Let's just hope the actual game holds up better than these anti-bullshots once I get into the... Now, if you're familiar with... Look, this game has technically 3 different names, but since Power is used in 2 of them, I'll just stick with Power Moves. Thank you very much. Anyway, if you're familiar with not-so Power Moves, you'll know that in terms of its aesthetic and overall look, it's very basic. Milquetoast, dishwater, difficult to remember only seconds after you've seen it. Much of the game, the start screen, the character and stage selection, pretty much everything, is just small portraits and text overlaid on boring black backgrounds, so it doesn't make for a very strong first impression. Now, it's not bad or irritating to look at, but it sets the precedent for pretty much everything that's yet to come. The portrait art of each character is decent enough, and honestly, this art makes some of the roster look better than they do in-game, because things definitely take a step down once a match starts up. Sprites are pretty low detail for the most part, with mangled faces and costume details that are simplified to the point where you kinda gotta strain your eyes to make them out. Since this was built from the ground up for 16-bit systems, you'd think it would have looked a little better, but I guess I'm expecting too much from System Vision. The UI, though, is even worse. There's just no flash or flare to anything. Again, the most basic versions of gauges and information you can think of. It's no wonder then that this lack of style translates perfectly over to our stable of fighters, as I can't imagine any of these jokers are going to be guest starring in any other fighting games in 2025. First off, we have Joe, an American martial artist trying to prove himself to the world. I've already fallen asleep. I mean, look at this guy. He's auraless, and he's the main character, for Christ's sakes. Anyway, this apathy continues with Vagnad, a burly Russian. You can tell is Russian because he's blue. Okay. Next up, we have not Chun-Li, Ray Yan, who specializes in what else? Kicking. Then we have Baraki. Moving on, there's Bo and Gao Luan, two martial artists that wear red and blue respectively, and that's all I have to say about them. Next up is Nick. He throws knives or something, I don't know. And finally, we arrive at Warren. Warren! This is a portly little fellow who hails from Hawaii and is awkward, odd, and has so little charisma that he has boundless charisma. He might be the uncoolest fighting game character of all time. In fact, make way, Fong! There's a new sheriff in town! Now, even though I already said finally, allow me to say it again. Finally, we have the game's big bad boss, Rancor. This is your Geese Howard stand-in who looks quite spiffy in his nose shirt and suspenders. He definitely has more going on for him than the rest of the cast, but that's not saying all that much. Now, typically, once I've mentioned the boss, that usually means I talk about the endings, or in this case, ending. Yeah, for reasons I'll soon be getting into, Power Moves only has one conclusion. Joe holding up some random title belt and going, "Yeah, I did it!" And that's all you get. This screen at least looks pretty good, but we don't learn anything at all. What would Joe go on to do? Did Rancor get a rematch? And more importantly than all that crap, what happened to Warren? The Giant Bomb Institution? These are questions that still remain unanswered. Moving on, much like most things, the backgrounds here are all stock as hell and are devoid of any life, in some cases literally, and very few of them have any sort of animation at all. There are some neat line scrolling effects, like on this one stage that takes place in Japan, but other than that, it's an absolute snorefest. The music, though, fares a bit better. Not every song is a banger, but there is one or two memorable tunes here and there, so that pretty much puts it on par with Street Fighter 6's soundtrack. And yeah, that's all I really have to say about the presentation of Power Moves, which is not a whole lot. I get this was System Vision's first fighting game, but everything is just so banal and uninspired. Like, hell, Human Killing Machine arguably looks way worse, but it's at least like crazy and memorable, you know? Oh, speaking of crazy, there are a couple of things that are just plain, how shall I put this, wrong about Power Moves' gameplay. This strikes you as soon as you press up on the control pad, because your character does not jump, but actually walks upwards. This is because the stage floors give you a little leeway to move around, almost as if you're playing a beat 'em up, but like a really bad one. Jump is therefore relegated to a button along with a punch and kick, and that's it. 2 strike buttons and a jump. This obviously works fine in 3D fighters that use dozens and dozens of short commands to produce a ton of different moves, but that's not the case here. In fact, despite Power Moves being the literal name of the game, there are very little moves to be had, as each character only has 2, and honestly, very few of them are even worth doing. They're not difficult, they're mostly all button taps, back, forward, etc., but many of them are just so slow, unresponsive, or telegraphed super easily. Most of them are also made moot by the ability to just dodge them by moving up or down, which trivializes much of the gameplay, because it's not like Fatal Fury where there's this big slow animation of jumping into the background that you have to time. Here, it's just instantaneous. Weirder than that though? Notice anything? Like the lack of something? Yeah, that would be the timer, because Power Moves doesn't have one. Now, pretty much every game in this era would allow you to disable the timer, but having no timer at all at any time results in some matches going super long, especially since, and I can't believe I'm saying this, there's no chip damage, another baffling choice that makes power moves less of a fighting game and more of a mind-numbing slog. Now, I can't believe I'm saying this again, but that's not the end of it, because power moves also doesn't have any pushback when you're blocking, or at least certain moves don't trigger it. This means you can lock your ops the fuck down without even a sweat, and the second they try anything, they're going to pay for it. Like, you've gone to such great lengths to rip off Street Fighter 2 with your character designs and special moves, but you also can't rip off the basic tenets of gameplay that make matches fun and balanced? Something they also couldn't do is make a single-player experience worth a damn. Innovating several years before Rise of the Robots, Power Moves only lets you select Joe as the one playable character, which is where the quote-unquote ending I mentioned earlier came from. Even though everyone is selectable in the Versus mode, including Ranker via a code, for whatever reason, System Vision felt the ability to take any character through arcade mode and earn a unique ending gave Street Fighter 2 a little too much replay value, and you can't have that. In its place, there's a weird leveling system where Joe can increase his stats with each foe taken down. Now, you can't choose which of these stats go up, it's based on the values your opponent has, so it's pretty pointless. I get it's supposed to represent Joe improving and becoming the king of the battle fight tournament, whatever it's called, but I mean, it's a system with zero depth or thought put into it at all. Kinda like the Power Moves is a lumbering dinosaur in terms of game speed. I don't think I need to say that because you can see it on your screen. Certain special moves slow things down to an absolute crawl, even triggering frame drops in certain situations, and whenever you knock an opponent out, you have time to go to the bathroom and back. The problems I listed before, the lack of pushback on block and walking up and down instead of traditional jumping, all work together to make something that's uniquely awkward and just doesn't feel good to control. I will say though that I've played far worse in terms of how it handles, but I've also played plenty that are better. It's just that the entire package has this non-dynamic synergy that drains the life out of you as you play it. Now, I do have to mention the Genesis version Deadly moves a bit more in detail here, as there are some curious differences between it and its power bottom brother. The speed of this version is a bit more consistent overall. Throwing Joe's Hadouken feels more fluid and fast, while other moves and sequences feel about the same. There's other minor differences too, like the screen going straight to black during the winning round announcement rather than the monochrome thing that the SNES version does, but outside of that, in terms of graphics, things are pretty equal. Audio, however, is a good deal worse on Deadly moves, with everything sounding way scratchier and low fidelity compared to the audio of Power moves, and there's even some missing voice samples here and there. Still though, if you were to play one of these two versions, and I don't know why you would, but I'll entertain the idea, I'd recommend the Genesis version over the SNES one, just for the more consistent speed levels and the fact that Ranker is only available to play via a password in the Genesis version and is inexplicably missing from Power Moves, so, at least that's something. The only thing left to do now is to see where this boring blob of blandness stacks up against our former contenders and current champion. Back in the day, I tried my hardest to convince myself into thinking Power Moves was awesome, but I soon realized that this was the most massive cope ever recorded by humankind. I had purchased a pre-owned cartridge from my local video store, so it was one of the few games I actually owned, which of course went a long way into seeing value when there in fact is none. Deep down though, I knew it was boring and slow, and that has only been reiterated here. And if I've learned anything since then, it's that it's better to be a 0 or 2 than a 4 or a 5, and woof, That's exactly what Power Moves is. Still though, its playable cast of multiple characters, in versus mode at least, the decent music, and its options screen keeps it from knocking on Pit Fighter's door, so that's why I'm crowning it as a Grand Trash Master. And hey, at least that's more than I can say for Battle Blaze. But that about does it for today's mystifying matchup. But if you know of any other potential contenders that could possibly uppercut Pit Fighter SNES from atop its high but digitized horse, let me know in the comments below or head on over to the temples of my social media. Until then, Warriors, I'll see you next time on the worst fighting game. Welcome back, Warriors, to another blood-splattered battle that is the... It's time to talk about the tonguing of the fat Slaughterman. Ever since I first started this journey, this quest, this mission of finding what I truly believe to be the worst fighting game, plenty, or I should say, too many of you have inundated me with requests to take on the jiggling terror of Tongue of the Fatman, or actually no, Slaughter Sport, that's the one. Wait, no, Mondu's Fight Palace? To take on this legendarily bad fighting game that is both insanely obscure but still somehow insanely infamous. Whether you're playing it on MS-DOS, the Genesis/Mega Drive, or even the lowly Commodore, it seems like no one has anything good to say about this, thing. But the question is, will said lack of positive word of mouth be nearly enough to dethrone the barely functional fuckery of the oily man bodies of Pit Fighter SNES? Well, we won't know for sure until we get it in the ring. Back in the late 80s and early 90s, Activision was a company that most gamers associated with having a fairly solid rep, but a lot of the time also made some eccentric business decisions. Their output ran the gamut from classics like Pitfall, MechWarrior, and Zork to conversions of Ghostbusters, Predator, and Double Dragon for the Atari 2600. One of, well, perhaps the most bizarre event in their early publishing history, however, was Tongue of the Fatman, a 1989 MS-DOS quote-unquote fighting game that, at the time of release, wasn't received as negatively as you may think. Many review outlets and magazines at the time certainly did call it out for being clunky and having box art that could have only been designed by a raving, drooling madman, but it wasn't regarded as some kind of worst game of the year style contender, and in fact it even received a little bit of praise for its weirdness and the novelty of its premise. This is perhaps because loads of weird experimental games were always coming out for the PC all the time, with many of them being slow and clunky, as even the concept of smooth screen scrolling was rare for the PC in the late 80s. And at the end of the day, it was just another title to come out of Brian A. Rice Inc., a 15-person team out of Chicago that was headed up by who else but Brian A. Rice, who was Fatman's programmer and who also worked on dozens and dozens of other games throughout the 80s and 90s. The Commodore 64 port, renamed to Mondu's Fight Palace, obviously did nothing to raise the game's profile, as the Commodore wasn't really known for fluid fighting game mechanics, snappy controls, and obviously appealing color palettes. Now, obviously, Brian A. Rice and Activision moved on from the no success of Tongue of the Fatman and started to look towards other projects, as any of us would. There was, however, another particular company that saw some potential in re-releasing and reprogramming Tongue of the Fat Man for another market entirely, and that was for the up-and-coming Sega Genesis. Now, if you are a purveyor of the doldrums of the Genesis library, you'll be intimately familiar with this logo right here, which of course belonged to Razorsoft, and of course adorned the intro/attract sequence of good old Fatman, Slaughter Sport. See, in probably one of their very few smart decisions when it came to this project, Razorsoft had a brand new, much more Genesisier box art made, and of course changed the title too, but unfortunately, they failed to make many improvements elsewhere when it came to the, game. In fact, Razorsoft are probably only remembered for two things: the publishing of our contender today, and immediately following that release, their legal spat with Sega, which resulted in a lawsuit and then a counter lawsuit in 1991, which suspended all of their output on the Genesis for over a year until things were finally settled out of court, as they often are. And while Razorsoft was the only logo visible in Slaughter Sport itself, it was in actuality ported and reprogrammed by a small team named Punk Developments, which was essentially the rank-and-file programmers and artists that Razorsoft employed. That is, of course, until they no longer were. Immediately after the release of Slaughter Sport, Punk Developments broke away from Razorsoft and went independent, which of course is very punk. Do you know what's not as punk as that, though? Renaming themselves to Iguana Entertainment, selling themselves to Acclaim for millions and millions of dollars, establishing Retro Studios, jerk around Nintendo, barely make any progress on any of their games, crash some cars, get fired, and then release one final title of very, very dubious moral intent before leaving the industry altogether, and hopefully forever. Yes, Punk Developments was founded by the human jar of moldy mayonnaise that is Jeff Spangenberg. I couldn't imagine an origin story for Slaughter Sport more appropriate. Messy, sleazy, and very, very ugly. Oh hey, speaking of ugly... As you can see, a lot of actual work was done porting Tongue of the Fat Man into Slaughter Sport, as its bright colorful graphics and bizarre menus were changed, simplified, and darkened into something far more dingy. And while they're both hideous for very different reasons, the main introductory screen that prominently features Mondu shows that the actual rendering of the characters are a good deal more appealing than the MS-DOS original, especially these ripped dudes in the back and this shapely green baddie you see here. I mean, I'm not one to kink shame, but I think that's certainly less off-putting than the striped mermaid slug homunculus with a face that looks like melted cheese. Of course, you can't say melted cheese, though, without immediately thinking of Mondu right here. Just, who thought this guy would be a villain so good that they could base an entire brand around? He's like this horrible combo of that one TMNT sumo action figure and, like, Rufus.
What? Man, say what? Rufus is the best. Lay off my goat, Matt. Don't disrespect.
Thanks, Justin. Anyway, you better get used to this one screen because you're going to see it pretty much every other minute you decide to subject yourself to Slaughter Sport, because honestly, aside from the in-game matches, it's the only other visual the game has to offer. The menus, or lack thereof, and the UI are all really super basic, under-designed stuff that lacks the weird uniqueness of the PC original and make the matches more boring to look at as a result. Now, the in-game sprites and backgrounds are a bit better. I've definitely seen worse-looking 16-bit games, but they are also lacking a lot of style, as the bouts only take place in a few scarce, lifeless arenas that lack any sort of animation or life to them. Music is the same farty bleeps and bloops you'd hear from many early third-party Genesis games, so you can't really hold that against it. and it's pretty much the same when it comes to sound effects, although some of the digitized speech, the majority of which come from Mondu, are pretty fun to hear just for the cheesiness factor.
Welcome to the Fight Palace.
After attempting to climb the ranks over and over again through the same set of characters and their palette swaps over and over again, you finally square up against Mondu with the hope to finally shut his ass or stomach mouth up. Do that, and you are awarded with the exact same screen you've been seeing all game long, with one obvious change. Damn it, Razorsoft or Punk Developments, could you not have moved this text box a little? Like, who is this being attributed to? The slug girl? The one dude in the background? Who is saying this? Regardless, it's the only ending Slaughter Sport offers, and it doesn't matter who you clear the game with, it's always the same thing. And given how brief and lame it is, this puts its ending, you know, the big reward you finally earn after countless hours of bouncing, farting, and vomiting, on the same exact level as Pit Fighters. But you know what else is at the same level as Pit Fighter? Okay, so alright, so Tongue of the Fat Man was almost more of a fighting sim in that you had to bet on yourself. There was a gambling / fight purse subsystem going on, your character had all these stats you needed to track, and was more of a methodically paced thing. Slaughter Sport tried to consoleify that same core gameplay and try to make it play closer to the fighting games of the day. This was pre-Street Fighter 2, by the way, and in this task, they failed spectacularly. A lot of those systems were cut, and in its place is a very different and far more stripped down version, but it doesn't play any better because of it. In fact, it's an even more frustrating and boring experience in many ways. First up, there's the roster. There's 8 starting combatants pulled from around the galaxy in a bid to dethrone Mondu from atop his stinky pedestal. We have Rex, Edwina, Guano, har har, Bonaparte, har har har, Robo Chic, Stump, Ramses, Webra, and bringing up the rear, Mondu himself. Now, every one of these characters has a palette-swapped twin, which I am not going to bother to name here because my time is valuable. Suffice it to say, though, it's a cheap way to pad out the roster, as most of them are additions created by Razorsoft / Punk Developments, with the only holdovers from Tongue of the Fat Man being Rex, Edwina, Stump, and of course, Rufus. Now, when you are playing versus mode, this menagerie of morons are available from the start, which seems rather impressive at first. It's in the single player mode, though, where things get all kinds of messed up, as you only have the option to select Rex from the outset. You then have to beat every other character, and if you do, Mondo then gives you a VIG code, which if you input at the title screen, unlocks that fighter for the arcade mode. But, you know, why? What's the point? I sort of get it if it unlocked the characters for play in versus mode, but what purpose does it serve here? And what's worse is that the single player only gives you limited attempts to beat it. Once you've lost just 3 bouts in a row, it's game over, and you have to start again from the bottom. Now I know what you're going to whisper to me. Matt, shh, calm down. Just set the game to easy, baby. No, I exclaim, I can't do that because much like Pit Fighter SNES, Slaughter Sport doesn't have an option screen. So yeah, if you'd like to tweak even the most basic elements of the game, you can't, because I guess Razorsoft felt it was perfect as is. And because of that, the CPU is insanely cheap, able to judge distance and timing perfectly, and has mastered the game's incredibly janky mechanics and feel, while you're just blindly pressing buttons trying to figure out how the hell this is supposed to play. There's one attack button and one sorta special button, so that means you basically have one punch and or kick, and then a slightly weirder attack, like blowing fire, using stretchy hair blades, or just blasting out some stink lines. There's no penalty for spamming these either, and since they're just one button, you can continually do them, which makes everything boil down to just mindless mashing. There is, however, another additional wrinkle to the combat, which is definitely a leg up on PIT-FIGHTER SNES, and that's the inclusion of power-ups you can equip before a bout. There's actually a good variety of these, which lets you bar your opponent from jumping, freezing them in place, reversing their controls, becoming invisible, tripping on an oil slick, etc. You buy these depending on the money you've accrued while fighting during the single player mode, but in Versus, you both get a generous allowance right away, letting you mix and match powers together, which, as an idea, is at least pretty neat, and somewhat functional. You do only get a limited amount of each power though, so once they're gone, the fighting degrades back to pure, unadulterated tedium. But yeah, that's actually it when it comes to the mechanics of Slaughter Sport. It's as plain and as basic as it can be, barring the power-ups. But honestly, while not close to anything decent, it's certainly better than the... Jesus Christ. Okay, so look, Tongue of the Fatman for DOS does not play well, like I've said it multiple times already. It's super slow, plodding, and confusing to play, as almost every combination of the movement controls and the one attack button produces a different effect, making it hard to remember what does what. Slaughter Sport, on the other hand, since it uses a typical Genesis controller, does make it so things are far simpler to wrap your head around, and it moves at a much snappier pace. That being said, this doesn't make it any more relaxing, chill, interactive, or fun. It's quite the opposite, really. See, unlike Tongue, Slaughter Sport has it, so if you press the back button, you turn around and just start walking away, as you are not locked facing your opponent like in almost every other fighting game ever made. Now, that's circumvented pretty easily in Pit Fighter because you can still walk in any direction and navigate around your opponent to line up your next attack. But here, you constantly find yourself facing the wrong way, but you're still locked on one singular 2D plane. After that, you have to contend with jumping, which for almost every character produces giant forward leaps that have you always sailing over your opponent or going through them with your back now facing them, open to attack. Maybe to accommodate for this, Punk Developments decided to make the playable real estate of each arena massive, so they scroll on almost forever. This often, and when I say often, I mean all the fucking time, means you lose track of one of the fighters, as the screen scrolling can't catch up to most player movement. So this makes for one of the most awkward, poorly playing fighters I've seen in a long time. And while Tongue for DOS is indeed pretty dreadful, this is equally as dreadful, but in a very different and I think worse way. Yeah, I mean, it's faster and the animation is nicer, but it's harder to control overall, as you are constantly taking strays anytime you do pretty much anything. Leading, of course, to a metric fuck ton of frustration. Now, the question remains, is this more frustrating to play than our mighty and perhaps former champion Pit Fighter SNES? Well, let's answer that question right now. This is absolutely our tightest race yet, as each game, Slaughter Sport and the Fighters of the Pit, have both really similar and their own unique negatives that truly set them apart. Slaughter Sport, I think, controls worse, a bizarre mishmash of movement and attacking options that makes bouts extremely long and monotonous. However, they both lack option screens, neither have compelling endings, both single-player ladders are incredibly hard to beat, and they're both extremely unpleasant to look at and listen to. But I think one does have slightly more to offer than the other. Slaughter Sport, at least, has a full lineup of 8 characters. They're all weirdos and they should all be wearing ankle monitors, but at least this roster offers a bit of variety, along with some unique abilities and some decent animation. On top of that, the power-up system gives you something to mess around with for 10 minutes, which is more than I can say about PIT-FIGHTER SNES. Remember, that version cut out a lot of stuff for no reason, like weapons, throwable barrels, the power pill, crowd interactions, and several opponents to boot, and it was released years after Slaughter Sport was. Whew, yeah, so despite a very hard, sweaty, and rather disgusting fight, I think our current and reigning champion still scrapes by the hairs of their oily digitized chest. I have to admit though, if I had reviewed Slaughter Sport years ago, it would have no doubt become a former champion, but now, in big 2025, more than a year into Pit Fighter's historic reign, it doesn't quite topple it. But looking at Grand Trash Masters, I think it's absolutely and a cut above worse than the likes of Final Bout or MK Advance, and for that, it deserves special recognition. So that's why I've decided to rename former champs to the Dregs.
Dreg? What the hell's a dreg?
And proudly place Slaughter Sport there alongside its new contemporaries. In the future, if and when Pit Fighter ever gets dethroned, it'll remain on its own separate tier because at this point, it truly deserves it. Whew, and that's it for another vile and violent episode of The Worst Fighting Game. It was definitely a war filled with shadows and succession, and while the streets may still be dangerous, we've at least put today's current contender in its place. But it's only a matter of time before we have to do it all over again. So if you know of any other pugilistic punks who could possibly punch Pit Fighter, let me know in the comments below or over on my social media. And until then, Warriors, I'll see you next time on The Worst Fighting Game. Welcome back, Warriors, to another sword-swinging showdown that is The Worst Fighting Game, my endless task to crown the very best of the very worst. Last time, we endured a lashing from the tongue of the Fatman, and while that mutated menagerie of morons came very close to dethroning the SNES version of Pit Fighter, I think today's contestant has just as good, or perhaps an even better chance to do so. Battle Blaze is a fairly infamous but equally obscure SNES fantasy fighter published by Sammy, developed by ACOM and Electronics Application Limited, and was enjoyed by absolutely no one. Strangely, it ran the gamut from being liked by a few publications while being derided by many others, including Electronic Gaming Monthly, which awarded it a 50% rating, which is rather generous in my view, and is something I'll explain to you in exhaustive detail. But will that be enough for this blatant Conan / Golden Axe / Wizards of the Lost Kingdom clone to lop off the head of Pit Fighter? Well, we won't know for sure until we get it in the ring. Try not to be shocked, but there's not much in the way of an interesting origin story to Battle Blaze, which is suitably appropriate since there's nothing interesting about the game itself. Now, that is something I've said about other contenders in the past, but I really mean it this time. Despite that, I'll still try to make an attempt at it. Sammy didn't have much of a presence in the greater gaming landscape in the early 90s, as most of their early output were either smaller releases or published by someone else. There were, of course, a few highlights, like Vice Project Doom, and yeah, that's it, really. As the 90s wore on, though, they started publishing and developing more and more, with, ironically enough, Battle Blaze. Development-wise, though, it was worked on by two smaller studios, the aforementioned ICOM Corporation and Electronics Application Limited, which really sounded like a dynamic and exciting place to work. Now, neither team had a stellar track record before or after, imagine that, with Electronics' application mostly relegated to small-scale puzzle games, including Puzzle Arena Toshinden for the PlayStation, which says a lot while saying so little. ICOM, however, is a company some of you may recognize as the developer of Fighting Masters on the Genesis, which does say a lot in the context of this very show. Neither studio exists nowadays, and in fact, both closed decades ago. And while, I'm not saying Battle Blaze was the direct cause of said closures, I will definitely say releasing it didn't help either. Now, my earliest experience with Battle Blaze started with the holy grail of Canadian-coded geek entertainment, Video and Arcade Top 10, where I witnessed gormless 10-year-olds being trotted out on stage to compete in this farce of a fantasy fighter for about 15 minutes. Not head-to-head, mind you, but rather in seeing who could get the farthest against the CPU. I remember watching this episode back in the day and thinking, man, this looks really lame, and quickly changed the channel. Months later, I saw Battle Blaze in the rental store, and thanks to the exciting, super ripped, muscular guy with a sword on the cover, I decided to give it a go.
One kid seems to love the Speedo, man.
Upon playing it, it then hit me like a claymore to the dome. Oh god, this is that trash I saw in Video and Arcade Top 10! I then proceeded to return it to the store that same day and rented something else, as one sometimes does. Sadly, those same emotions have now returned to me some 30 years later. I mean, how could they not? Just look at this thing! Oh, speaking of how it looks... I mean, yeah, just look at this thing! While really low-spec shovelware on the Genesis sometimes had this really grainy, desaturated look, among those, I can't think of any other specific games that present worse than Battle Blaze here. I mean, the title screen is okay with some incredibly wavy and or wacky fire effects, but yeah, when you're in a match, prepare your eyes for the strain they'll soon be under. I don't know what it is, but the way the stages and sprites are rendered just feels like I'm taking an eye test. It just lacks the smooth look you usually associate with the SNES. Speaking of the sprites, or specifically the selectable characters, they are a giant bag of absolutely nothing. First off is our main hero, who is inexplicably called Carol, which is one of the worst barbarian names I've ever heard. Then we have Lang, no obvious relation to Dave, R.I.P., who barely counts as his own character, as he is literally just a palette swap of Carol, with almost all the same moves. So based on how petty you may be, and I very much am, this cuts the cast of 6 down to 5, which is getting dangerously close to pit fighter levels. Next up is Schnauzer, a Wolfman guy who is probably the only character with any real sauce, because he can go full-on doggy mode, which grants him an exclusive move. The lone female fighter, Tessia, was fine, but at first glance, she really reminds me of Jeanne d'Arc from World Heroes, so that's something? Adric is our last human, and at least he looks a bit different from the rest, which finally leaves us with our last non-human character, Baraka. Anyway, there is a final boss, which I'll get to in a bit, but first I should explain the 2 available modes, as opting for the Hero, great naming convention there, puts you in a single-player quest where you can only play as Carol, which of course means there's only one generic ending for the entire game. The story is some drivel about a demon lord who possesses each of the other 5 characters. You need to vanquish each one before you take on the Spirit of Halloween monster yourself. I mention this because it's a prelude to one of the more annoying aspects of the game's presentation. Every time you beat a foe, you're treated to an animation of a spooky ghost absolutely crashing out, flying in circles around Carol. Now, the effect is pretty impressive, I'll give it that, but it's just 20 uninterrupted seconds, and there's no way to skip this. Multiply that by 5, and you spend a full minute and a half watching the same thing over and over again. I mean, it might as well be a loading screen. Audio is generic to downright terrible, with music being the generic part, and the effects bring in the terrible. The impact of any hit sounds just really weak, and there's a lack of variety when it comes to everything else, with only 2 different sets of voices spread across the whole cast, amounting to a bunch of just... This makes playing the game even more repetitive because you're just assaulted with the exact same sound effects endlessly. And since there's really no actual voice samples or any sort of announcer, it just wears on you incredibly fast. Some of the stages, I have to say, look okay. A few are given more animation than others, but that leads to another problem in the only other mode available, the battle. This is basically just a versus mode and comes with a drawn-out cutscene of some rando declaring who the fighters are and who the eventual winner would wind up being. Something which seems like it would be more appropriate in the quest mode. Regardless, the big problem with this is that for some reason, I guess because they are suddenly taking this tournament shit really seriously, you are always locked to the same arena stage no matter what. That's like playing versus in any modern fighter, but you are both condemned to battling on the training stage for the rest of time. Truly, a fate worse than death. Now, before I do my obvious lead-in to the next title card, I have to come back around to the final boss I mentioned earlier, who, try to be surprised here, is also awfully named. Autark, this Janemba-looking sumbitch right here, at least has one cool move, this teleport punch thing. And upon beating him, the one ending you get is at least semi-satisfying. As you stab him in the belly welly, your sword then spins around for a long time, text appears which glazes Carol, and then you are given the full fighter roll call. Out of all the there's only one ending you can get games I've covered on this show, this ending has to be one of the better examples. But do you know what part of the game is absolutely not better than the others? I've said this before about certain games, and I'll say it again here. Battle Blaze is a game that truly lacks any meaningful mechanics. You have one attack button, one jump button, a few special moves, throws, and thus concludes the mechanics section. You can't dash, there's no combos, fatalities, supers, interactable stages, there's literally nothing here. I mean, power moves is as boring of a game as you can imagine, but it at least had the ability to boost your character's stats, and you can navigate the 3D stages a bit, but Battle Blaze doesn't offer anything of its own at all, not even the slightest wrinkle to the fighting game formula. In fact, it's more stripped down and simple than several games that came before it, as again, it only has one attack button, and unlike power moves, which uses the up and down directions to dodge attacks, the D-pad is almost worthless here. You sometimes have to use it for a few special moves, but beyond that, it remains unpressed for the entirety of the match. On the topic of special moves, every character has 4, and if you have to drag this out of me, a few of them are half decent. Schnauzer uses electric attacks with his claws and can go into his doggy style install. Baraka, or whoever, can extend his mace with a chain, and Adric has good reach with his sword specials. Now, the jump button is obviously used for what else but exclusively jumping, which is something I would be saying to you if this game wasn't made by a gang of raving madmen. See, in almost every instance, pressing jump does indeed only do that. But if you crouch and press jump, guess what you do? Jumping? No. Running? No. Backdashing? No. You press jump. to attack low. I don't know what the thought process was here. I'm literally at a loss for words, but name me another game where the jump button performs a raw attack. Absolutely unhinged stuff, and I don't know where the guy who made this decision is today, but I can only hope and pray he's in hell. Seriously though, moving on, I would have been curious to have at least been able to try out Janemba, but there's absolutely no codes used to access him. In fact, there's no codes at all. And in fact, even more, there's no options mode either. So if you'd like to tweak round numbers, the timer, music levels, or difficulty, you've got another thing coming. Again, who designs a video game without basic options? Just... Anyway, where was I? You know what? Hold on a sec. Let me see something real quick. Okay. I should have double checked my work because Battle Blaze does have a cheat. The cheat is to unlock the basic options screen. Yeah, instead of pressing something like start, like it says on the main menu, hold select and then press start. You can change the CPU level, the rounds to win, and yes, even the audio levels. Why the blue Battle Blazes is this hidden? You couldn't have just made it selectable next to the two other modes. Like that was just impossible, yeah? I can just imagine one of the programmers putting this into the game, putting it into Battle Blaze, just going, yeah, you hold select then press start. You get it, Chief? Furthermore, if you had the instruction manual, guess what? It actually tells you about this, like it was some kind of feature. But if you were without internet and rented this from the store like I did, and it didn't come with the manual like mine didn't, you never would have known. This actually makes me angrier than if there wasn't an options mode at all, because at least PIT-FIGHTER SNES stood on business. They knew that laziness was going to piss people off, and they adhered to that vision. But here, it's like they're teasing you, purposefully programming a weird trick to access something every game, or at least every game, has by default. It's just really befuddling that Battle Blaze is so damn basic from pretty much every aspect, particularly the mechanics, considering that ICOM's previous game, Fighting Masters, while obviously not Third Strike, at least had more going for it, like an insane roster, wall bounces, juggles, and tons of throw moves. With all that said though, I honestly have even less to say about the... How Battle Blaze handles its speed, its controls, how the characters animate, everything is shockingly serviceable. Yeah, I can't believe it either. Things aren't too slow or unresponsive, nor too fast and choppy, so the moment-to-moment fighting is easy to keep track of. Hitboxes seem to be pretty standard and solid for the most part, but then again, when there's so few normal attacks and actual mechanics, I guess there wasn't much to screw up to begin with. There are some specials that actually do seem to be a bit too fast and almost unreactable, which includes most projectiles, and especially this mid-air spin kick courtesy of crusty old Carol. Jumping is also way more vertical than it should be, lacking a lot of horizontal momentum, so you have to jump quite a bit to gain any sort of ground, especially considering there's no dashing. But beyond that, there's nothing else I really feel was too egregious here. I mean, of all the things Battle Blaze does very, very wrong, how it feels and controls isn't one of them. But these lack of problems with the controls is more than made up for by how extraordinarily boring it is to play. But where exactly does that leave us in our tournament of terribleness? Well, let's find out. Now, when it comes to video games, I've always said a 1 or a 2 is way more preferable than a 4 or a 5, as the latter usually denotes a sad, sleep-inducing experience where there's literally nothing to say, and Battle Blaze clearly falls into this second camp. You can kind of laugh and rub your eyes in sheer unadulterated incredulity at how badly SNES Pit-Fighter looks and plays. But with Battle Blaze, it feels like it barely exists. fades into the background is generally hard to perceive because it's such a sink of gray dishwater, which, in my humble opinion, is way worse. But I can't lie, in terms of how it actually feels to control, coupled with the decent selection of special moves and the 5 characters, that does give it a slight edge over Pit-Fighter in the quality department. So, sorry Carol and the rest of your very, very poorly named crew, while you made a close battle of it, your one-button gameplay and lack of mechanics land you in our newly created Dregs tier.
The hell's a drag?
Because there's no way I can put you shoulder to shoulder with stuff like Dragon Ball or Violence Fight. And now that the battle has truly blazed out, this is another climactic chapter of the worst fighting game done and dusted. If for some reason you recall playing Battle Blaze from your younger, more innocent days and remember it fondly, I strongly urge you to not. Anyway, if you'd like to suggest some strong, strapping, and sucky fighters to hoist into our ring, let me know in the comments below or over in the fighting temples of my social media. And until then, Battle Blazers, I'll see you next time on the worst fighting game. Oh, hey there, if you enjoyed this wacky madcap episode of The Worst Fighting Game, what better way to celebrate the mayhem than procuring the official Matt McMuscles plushie? He's squishy, he's bitchy, and he comes in at an astonishingly generous and overly complimentary 9 inches long. Head on over to youtooz.com right now to add him to your collection within the next 12 days before he's gone forever. And once he's locked inside your home, feel free to give him an elbow drop, power bomb, or set him up for tea time, or even weirder things. No judgment here! Link in the description and pinned comment below. He is literally guaranteed to improve the quality of your life. Not a guarantee. Welcome back, Warriors, to another blood-soaked round of the worst fighting game. My never-ending quest to pit button bashers against each other in a pointless attempt to crown the stinkiest of them all. Last time, we dredged up one of the SNES's poorest efforts with Battle Blaze, a game so bland and boring that I'm falling asleep just thinking about it. Anyway, with that said, I think it's about time to throw Sega back into our fighting pit, and specifically with one of the 4 fighting games ever released for their ill-fated Genesis add-on/tumor, the 32X, a peripheral that can only be described as smaller than life. And not only is this week's contender, Cosmic Carnage, one of the platform's few fighters, it also happens to be the only all-original one specifically designed for it, which I guess is some sort of distinction? Nah, it's not. Now, this has been a pretty frequent request from many of you over the years, and until just recently, I was always like, it looks okay, cool character designs, lots of blood. How could this be bad? Let's find out as we get Cosmic Carnage in the ring. I think no one will really argue against the undeniable fact that the Sega 32X has one of the worst libraries of any game console, well, ever. Only 40 titles were released for it, and outside of, say, the first Virtua Fighter or Knuckles Chaotix, the vast majority were just ports of already existing 16-bit games, with very few of them actually playing or looking any better. Cosmic Carnage is one of the rare instances of an all-original product, and woof, is it ever original. In fact, I think this might be one of the weirdest, most ass-backwards fighters I've ever played, and it all came from the unhinged minds over at the Almanac Corporation. Now, if you've never heard of the Almanac Corporation, I'm not surprised, because shortly after the release of Cosmic Carnage, they changed the name of their entire studio, coincidentally enough, to Gyvro in 1995. Anyway, several of their main staffers had originally come from Technos, and in the lead up to the event horizon that was Cosmic Carnage, they did develop some other notable titles. These include the original Super Famicom version of River City Girls, as well as the underrated actioner Mazen Saga Mutant Fighter for the Genesis. So clearly, there were no fly-by-night studio, but obviously developing a full-fledged fighting game from the ground up on the unwieldy and weak 32X hardware would have been a tall order for anyone. Now, there's not much out there in terms of its actual day-to-day development, but it is interesting that Cosmic Carnage was released as Cyber Brawl in Japan and was pretty different in one key area, and not exactly the one you'd think. The game was designed to be violent no matter what territory is going to be released in, as there's finishing moves and plenty of blood throughout. But it was decided to slightly alter the Western versions to make sure the release didn't get blocked or censored. In Cyber Brawl, there are 3 characters that are very anime and human being inspired, while the rest of the cast is just a bunch of aliens and mutants. So, to better the game's chances of not running into any ratings issues, it was decided to swap out the faces and names of those human characters so everyone would be a weirdo. As I guess weirdo on weirdo violence was a lot more palatable in the early 90s. Regardless, it was a largely ignored game wherever you played it, as the likes of Super Street Fighter 2, Primal Rage, Virtua Fighter, Killer Instinct, and Mortal Kombat 2 ruled in both the arcades and at home. And when your game could only be played on the 32X, a peripheral that didn't even last a full year, your ability to make any sort of impact was minimal at best. Review-wise, it actually ran the gamut, with high scores from the likes of Game Fan magazine, but very low scores from EGM, which I guess I can kinda understand. When you first boot up Cosmic Carnage, it's easy to be wowed by the colorful character designs, the space theme, and the violence. But if you dug into it just a bit below the surface, you would have discovered it's one of the most unbalanced, strange, and broken fighting games you'll ever see. Oh, speaking of how it looks... Right off the space bat, Cosmic Carnage does have some of the better looking visuals on the 32X. Not exactly high praise, but I think looking at the character sprites, it's a fair statement. Unfortunately, as cool as this motley cast of space creatures looks, the same can't really be said about the backgrounds, because when you think about the infinite possibilities afforded by taking place in the wide cosmos, a bunch of flat, boring environments aren't exactly inspiring. There is a story reason for this though, and it's kind of bizarre in the fact that it's not based on the typical scenario you'd see in any other spacefaring sci-fi tournament fighter. Unlike say Galaxy Fight Xenophage or Slaughter Sport, where there's this light-spanning contest to prove who's the best of the best, Cosmic Carnage is about 2 different spaceships crashing into each other, leaving only 8 survivors, with the goal to defeat all the others in a mad dash to get to the only escape shuttle. Now, I'll give points to originality, but this unique scenario does mean it limits where all the fighting can take place, so I'm not sure it was a net positive. There are like 1 or 2 stages that seem neat, but when compared to the wild and crazy sprite scaling you can see on the fighters themselves, it's a shame that that same imagination wasn't applied to the whole game. And as stated before, the anime characters who seem to be wearing biosuits in the Japanese version had their heads swapped out, so now there's a bug guy, a fire being, and a ninja named Naruto.
Believe it!
Anyway, the rest of the roster is filled out by some sort of bio-metallic soldier, an intergalactic ghost rider, a space ape, a mecha snake woman, and finally, a literal xenomorph. Now, I've seen way worse lineups in the many games we've had in this ring before, so it's an area where Cosmic Carnage does excel at, with the only real disappointment being that there's no end boss or secret characters of any type. I could only imagine what kind of depraved pixel-based monstrosity they could have come up with for a game like this, but sadly, we'll never know. Like, give me a Pizza the Hut or something! That brings me to another, nay, the most important part for any fighting game, which is the arcade mode ending. And yes, you can earn one, but there's quite a few caveats to it. The first being that generally there's only 1 or 2 outcomes you can possibly achieve, and none of them involve learning anything about your chosen space weirdo. So whether you select the bug guy or xenomorph, there's no individual endings or even some text to state what you did after your big escape. Now, I get that this was more of a common thing in the earlier days of fighting games, like 1987 to 1992 maybe, but this game was released in '94, where part of the appeal of fighting games was learning something about your favorite warrior. Like, did the super hot mecha snake lady return to her home planet and become its ruler? Yeah, no, there's none of that. The other caveat is the 1 or 2 possible endings I mentioned earlier, which is in regards to there being a bad one and a good one. In the latter, you make it to the escape shuttle and escape. It says congratulations and welcome tomorrow, and then the end credits. The bad ending is almost identical. You make it to the space shuttle, a timer counts down, but the liftoff sequence takes so long that the bigger ship you're escaping from blows up anyway. Why does this happen? Because you took too long to finish the game. So even if you're a few seconds over the invisible time limit, you still get bad end. The game doesn't even tell you this anywhere, not even in the instruction manual. Like, I would get it if this was some sort of extra time attack mode, but no, this is the only way to play against the CPU, so it's just a cheap way to get you to replay it. Like what kind of sick designed it this way? Speaking of sick fucks, I do have to give it up to the pixel artist who worked on the Carnage for Cosmic Carnage, as it is pretty visceral and does add some flourish to the presentation. Now, the animation itself is a bit weird. You can tell it wasn't done the same way as Street Fighter or Fatal Fury, because here it's very floaty, where sprite elements are overlaid on top of each other, sort of like balls, if you remember that one. Oh, I do, because I covered it before. The music is fine, you know, it's serviceable, but the lack of any sort of voice samples really hurts the game's presentation overall. There's no real grunts or character voices of any type that I heard, not even an announcer. I mean, come on, Cosmic Carnage, give me something. Going back to the animation system though, well, it's more than just looks, because not only does it play into how the game feels, but how it plays even more directly into the... If you were to just look at raw Cosmic Carnage gameplay, you might not notice any immediate differences that set it apart from its contemporaries, but believe you me, there are. You just need to dig into the oozy alien flesh to get at it. First off, when selecting your fighter, a choice will pop up on the screen that lets you select individual armor pieces. Wait, what? Huh? Well, what's all this then? Well, this is the only real staple gameplay element that's unique to this intergalactic incident, and in this particular system, it doesn't work like how any sane person would assume it does. In each slot, there's legs, arms, and body, and that lets you swap in between 2 different styles of weights for each armor piece: heavy, light, or defaulting to nothing at all. Ugh. Now, I'm sure those of you not familiar with Cosmic Carnage, which should actually be most of you, would incorrectly assume that each armor piece gives you protection for that particular body part. So if you get hit in the chest, you take less damage. Same goes for low hitting attacks to the legs, etc., etc. And yeah, it does do that stuff, but that's not the main point of it, as the armor's true functionality is to grant you completely different sets of special moves, and I mean like a lot of them. In between both armor sets you can swap between, there's 9 different specials for each character, and although you don't have access to them all at once, you can set your loadouts between each match. this shakes out to being a weird mix between Mortal Kombat X and Injustice 2, maybe? I don't know for sure in regards to that last point. I never played more than an hour of Injustice 2.
The trash talk never stops, dude.
Now, in that breakdown I just summarized for you, I intentionally slipped in a giant lie. Can you guess exactly where? Yep, there you are. This pretty significant mechanic doesn't apply to the entire roster. In fact, only half of them can take advantage of it. So characters like Yug, Damon, Naja, and Talmac only get 3 to 4 specials each against the other half's 9, cause screw them, I guess. So yeah, this decision is just like, what were they thinking here? Why design a system for only half the game? To me, personally, this oversight just smacks of running out of time, but it also might just be the unhinged nature of the Almanic Corporation, as they do try to justify it somewhat by saying that the soldier characters need these armor sets, while the more alien ones do not. Now, there are some slight disadvantages to armor, like losing a particular special move that's associated with that piece if it gets knocked off, but to me, the positives more than outweigh the negatives. That's not it for all the weird mechanics though. Some characters have game-changing options exclusive to only them, like Naruto here. He has insane mobility thanks to all these crazy dashes that nobody else has. So he can zip around the screen even in midair like he's playing Guilty Gear while everyone else is playing, I don't know, Human Killing Machine. Another character, Tyre, has a defensive dodge special that negates all attacks and even grabs. What's more is that he can just do it whenever he wants. And what's even more than that is that he can cancel out of it into any special move. Like, what the hell? Then there's the button inputs. These are a bizarre mishmash for most of the attacks roster-wide, as there's a few standard quarter or half-circle motions, but then there's unintuitive primal rage bullshit like tapping back, down, then up, or back, forward, punch, and kick, but then kick has to be pressed slightly after punch. Again, they're just being different just to be different and not because it makes the game play any better. Fatalities are performed by just finishing an opponent off with a special attack. As long as it's not blocked, they'll be chopped in two, get decapitated along with a few other effects. It's nothing revolutionary, but it gets the bloody job done. Character heights and weights also affect things too. Some fighters can get juggled by certain attacks while others can't because they hit the floor faster than the rest. So there's absolutely no consistency across anything really. I will say though that all this stuff does at least save Cosmic Carnage from being like a boring game, but it also feels really unfair as a result, as some characters have such monumentally bad matchups against others that it feels pointless to even try to fight some, especially if you're also working against the arcade ladder's strict-ass time limit. There's even more weirdo stuff buried in there, but you know, as bad as all that is, just wait until I get to the... Because of how the animation and sprites are designed, where everything is kind of floaty and segmented, Cosmic Carnage feels a bit off, which I think is illustrated pretty well if, you know, you look at it. It's not terrible, mind you, and I've played way more fighters that have felt way worse. But that's a descriptor just for the moment-to-moment gameplay, like the movement, blocking, or exchanging normal attacks. Things take a very, very drastic turn into Craptown when special moves are used, and worst of all, connect. Now, just to clarify here, this is not a bug, but a conscious design choice. Whenever a special move hits your opponent, the game slows down. Way down. To the point of the gameplay becoming ludicrous vaudeville. These moments of slowdown very quickly start ruining the pace of the gameplay, as they absolutely eat up any inputs you might be trying to perform while they're occurring, so they'll screw up any sort of comeback or strategy you might be attempting, as you can see in this recreation here. Dude, what the hell? It just dropped my inputs! You know when Tekken 7 or 8 goes into those slow motion exchanges? Yeah, that only triggers when you're both on critical health. But imagine if the game did that every time a special attack connected instead. That's what playing Cosmic Carnage is like. I get how they probably wanted these moments to look really impactful or cinematic, but instead of attaching it to special attacks, maybe, why didn't they just do it for supers or desperation moves? Those were fairly common by 1994, and they wouldn't happen too often in a given match, but yeah, I guess I shouldn't question the geniuses at the Almanac Corporation. But now we have to decide where Cosmic Carnage finally crash lands onto our tier list. So let's fill up the tanks with rocket fuel and turn this ship into a nosedive. There's a lot to dislike here, I can't lie to you. In terms of presentation, no end boss or secret characters. There's bad endings, a stupid time limit, bland backgrounds, and really lackluster music and sound effects. The mechanics, while kind of interesting, are just all over the place and incredibly unbalanced, making the whole thing frustrating to play against the CPU, and I assume against anyone you could fool into playing this with you. The slowdown, though, is perhaps the biggest issue, as it heavily negates any of the good qualities on display and makes what could have been an okay playing fighter way worse. With all that said though, the wild-looking fighter designs, gory finishers, and visually impressive sprites and scaling animation balance things out in a Cosmic Carnage, being fairly stinky. Looking at its contemporaries, it's much in the same vein as Bloodstorm or Pray for Death, but don't take that as any sort of compliment, Almanac Corporation. Phew. And there you have it. Another bloody battle has concluded in our fighting temple of terribleness. And once again, the sweaty aura of Pit Fighter still hangs in the air like a dark, digitized cloud. Someone will take you down one day, I swear. But in the meantime though, let me know what other contenders you'd like to see in the comments below or over on my social media. Until then, Warriors, I'll see you next time on the worst fighting game. Welcome back, Warriors, to another high-jumping and fist-pumping round of the worst fighting game, the never-ending kumite to find the very best of the very worst, which is currently the sticky, grimy cartridge that is PIT-FIGHTER SNES. This week, though, we'll be upgrading to the world of 32 bits, I think. This particular contender sure doesn't look like it, to see if it can take a swing and unseat our current king, and oh boy, it may have a decent shot of it. I can tell you that for free. Slam Dragon is a 1996 PlayStation button basher that I'm sure most of you aren't familiar with for a multitude of reasons. 1, because it's bad. 2, because it's obscure, and 3, because it never released in Western territories, which makes things a bit more difficult for me. See, aside from the fact that it exists and it plays a little bit like Virtua Fighter, that's really all the information that's out there, and believe you me, I've tried. But But then I thought perhaps this might play into Slam Dragon's chances of defeating Pit Fighter. You know, a mysterious unknown challenger from Japan stepping up and taking on the big bad? That's something, right? Well, we don't know for sure until we get Slam Dragon in the ring. So this one is a weird little thing, a curious case, if you will, of a fighting game that kinda sorta was, but not really. First up though, the developer, which was called Pre-Stage, is almost as mysterious as this game itself. Before this, their only fighting title, they had put out a single Othello game and a Cho Anarchy side-scroller before closing up shop in 1998, meaning Pre-Stage only existed for about 4 years, which is not so hot. I guess their most famous title was Cowboy Bebop, which they co-developed. No, not the PS2 action game, but a bizarre space sim for the PlayStation 1 that I honestly didn't know even existed until just now. For Slam Dragon, though, several specific staff members joined the studio seemingly just to work on this one title before then moving on, and interestingly brought some tenuous connections to one of the most legendary beat-em-ups of all time. Yoshihisa Kishimoto, creator of Double Dragon, and Muneki Ibanuma, producer of Super Double Dragon and the Neo Geo Double Dragon fighter, brought their expertise to Slam Dragon, along with more than a few obvious visual homages. Kishimoto is actually credited as the director of this one, and despite all the added experience he could offer, Slam Dragon is still a pale imitation of the type of high-impact action you'd come to expect from former Technos employees. Regardless though, in an attempt to, I guess, capitalize on the developer's notoriety and pedigree, Slam Dragon was at one point going to be released outside Japan, as evidenced by this advertisement for Bases Loaded 96, which touts that Shokendo will in fact be the ultimate fighting game, a task we shall see it spectacularly failed at. Now, as for why it never reached our shores, well, as near as I can figure, Jalico US, the ones advertising Shokendo, seemed to slow down, way down, releasing fewer and fewer titles as the 90s wore on. The other possible reason? Someone in the US offices actually played the game and simply said, nah, this ain't it. Regardless of the reason, it never saw the light of day outside Japan, but given that the fighting game genre was exploding onto new machines and dimensions in the mid to late 90s, what with more and more impressive sequels to Tekken, Virtua Fighter, Soul Blade, and Dead or Alive coming out one after the other, releasing Slam Dragon around that same period, frankly, would have been a waste of everyone's time. So let's get even more in-depth on it! I don't think it needs to be said, but I'll say it anyhow. This has to be the most hideous looking fighter I've ever laid my eyes on. It feels like I'm taking an eye test, actually, and I'm failing at it. Going for a rendered Killer Instinct visual style in 1996 was already a bit antiquated. I mean, hell, Rare themselves were already abandoning the technique in favor of full 3D at the time. It's really a shame because Double Dragon Neo Geo, which released just the year before, had absolutely gorgeous sprite work. Now, if they had kept something similar to that, but upped the animation frames or implemented layered scaling 2D backgrounds, I can guarantee you would have aged far better than this. And while I get Slam Dragon would have looked a little smoother on the CRTs of the day, it could have only done so much, because at any given moment, every single character in Slam Dragon is a barely defined, gnarled mess of colors and shapes. Like, goddamn, I owe Pray for Death, Ragnagard, and Vicious Circle huge, tear-stained, heartfelt apologies, because none of them look this dreadful. Despite the awful visual choice, the designs of the playable cast aren't all that much better, as many of them define the terms milquetoast or generic. First up, we have Johnny, not to be confused with Billy and or Jimmy Lee. Then we have Eric Lee, Amanda Ryan, Paris Brown, Wong Wang Lung, Genpachi Riona, and finally, on top of them all, Dick. Now, there is a final boss that really doesn't fit the rest of the roster, and that is X. No, it's not just a moronic name for a bot-infested social media platform, but for a weird green alien punk guy. If you actually decide to beat Slam Dragon's arcade mode, you can unlock him, but personally, I really wouldn't bother. As for the story, well, there isn't one. I mean, I really don't think there is. There's not a single text crawl or any endings to speak of whatsoever in Slam Dragon, so I guess we need to check out a Japanese hard copy then. Oh, right, well, I don't own one for obvious reasons, but neither does anyone else on the internet, apparently. I searched high and low. No one has ever uploaded the Japanese manual anywhere. There's nothing on game FAQs, fighting game wikis. I can't find shit for this crap. The best I could find are these two, I assume, poorly translated blurbs. Wage a fierce battle in fighting action with CD-rendered music and realistic characters. 8 fighters have taken to the fight and seek to confront X. Followed by a group of underground fighters throng in the dark corners of the city, launching bloody battles. Strong as they might be, they fear the cruelest fighter, X. With strong bodies and crafted skills as weapons, they launch intense battles to take down the mysterious fighter, X. And that's all we're getting. Now, considering there is a CG intro, little CG snippets of the characters doing poses on the select screen, and even little CG victory animations, why the hell didn't they include any endings? Like, even just a 15-second clip of a character punching something, stumbling over a pile of money, or making structures out of mashed potatoes. I honestly have no answers for that one. Now, moving on to the backgrounds, well, yeah, they are, yep. Listen, they did make a pretty good attempt at faking 3D here, but it doesn't really matter because these lack any sort of life. No animation, no background characters, no nothing. They remind me a lot of the stages from Rise 2 Resurrection, which is something I really don't want to be reminded of. Finally, there's the music, and yeah, it's fine, I think, but honestly, I really struggle to remember any single track.
Shit!
Oh, do you know what else is struggling to be remembered? There's exactly 2 modes in Slam Dragon, that being Versus and Game Start, and holy shit, that's it. I've pointed this out in dozens of videos before, but if you're fighters from 1991 to 93, yeah, I do expect a very slim selection of options, but this was 1996. Training modes had already been introduced, not to mention stuff like time, survival, or score attacks. Hell, technically, Cosmic Carnage has more content to chew through, you know, if you're into that weird shit. Anyway, the actual combat mechanics of Slam Dragon are bizarre to say the least, as it tries to marry 2D and 3D fighting games together, but in a way that will only end in bitter divorce. The active buttons you'll be pressing are kick, punch, and block, exactly like many of AM2's fighters, but there's also a taunt button, but it's not especially useful as pressing it just gives you a little bit of extra meter, but you also gain meter by just taking damage anyway. Now, you can taunt cancel certain attacks to then start others, which is certainly something, but I can't imagine you really needing to do so, unless there's some hot Slam Dragon action going down at your locals. The Virtual Fighter influences don't stop there though. Every character moon jumps, just like Akira, Sarah, or Wolf. Knockdowns take forever, in which you can then follow up with a powerful stomp attack or quick strike, and even throws are done by pressing punch and guard together. Special moves are also way more Virtua and much less Street Fighter-a. So instead of fireballs, sonic booms, or Tatsumakis, there's lunging kicks, shoulder blocks, knees, and the occasional uppercut. Let's go back to that meter situation I mentioned earlier though, because once you've filled these up, which doesn't take a whole lot of effort, you can then perform your singular super attack, one of the few elements which separates Slam Dragon from VF. But guess what? They're extremely frustrating. Why? Because I still don't know how to perform them! I've triggered Johnny's maybe a handful of times by mashing buttons, but when I try intentional regular motions of any variety, it just never comes out. Well, look online, you skeletal simpleton, I can hear you yelling at your screens, which I would if anyone on the internet had written them down. Again, it's not on game FAQs, wikis, YouTube videos, it just doesn't seem to exist. The other reason why they're frustrating though is because many of them seem to be unblockable in a ton but not all situations, and to add insult to injury, also do shitloads of damage. There's a few that have breaks in between the attack sequences, so if you're lucky you can avoid the final last hits, but in general, these moves are super unbalanced, derivative, and are in direct opposition with how the entire rest of the combat system is designed. Obviously though, as rough and as not well thought out as all of this is, it's still miles ahead of the 2-frame swatting of the air that makes up the entirety of Pit Fighter. Oh hey, speaking of rough and not well thought out, I said speaking of rough and not well thought out. Virtua Fighter was a pioneer of the 3D space. The heaviness of the characters, the fluid animation, the sharp and defined forms of each strike and attack, it all made perfect sense, and is why the formula went largely unchanged for the last 30 years. Slam Dragon, however, doesn't feel like that, as it's clunky, unresponsive, unbalanced, and just a chore to actually play. When you wind up on the other side of your enemy, your back is directly to them, and pressing attack doesn't reorient you like it does in VF, so you always have to manually turn yourself around, which is really annoying. Things routinely cross up or not cross up at random. Pressing the commands for certain specials is likewise incredibly inconsistent, and worst of all, damage or attacks like supers that are initiated before the clock hits 0 still count. So even though it looks like you'll win by timeout, if the CPU triggers a super before it does, you're gonna lose because you'll be then disabled from blocking. Everything is just so sloppy and janky, but this will result in hilarity and certainly some knee-slapping WTF moments, so that's kind of almost something. What we still need to see, however, is whether that something will lead Slam Dragon onto our tier list of tiers, so let's get this one over with. Honestly, what really lets this one down in a rare occurrence is the presentation. If Slam Dragon had better character designs and a traditional sprite-based graphical style with a healthy helping of story, post-match dialogue, and endings, I could see this being a janky but charming affair. But it's so ugly and bereft of charisma that its contemporaries, like Pray for Death or Rise 2, just take one look at this one and say, "You made me look bad. And that's not good." So with that, I think these dragons are going to be slammed directly into the close but not quite tier. Pretty appropriate given it'll now be rubbing shoulders with the likes of DBZ Taiketsu, another rancid, rendered rush job. I'm not gonna lie, this one kinda hurts as there was potential for Slam Dragon to be a half-decent fighter, given the on-paper mechanics and the talent involved, but that's gonna happen when you're on a quest to explore the very bottom of the fighting game lake, from which I regularly dredge.
The hell's a drag?
Ah, no, fuck off! I said dredge, not drag! So if you know of any other contenders you'd like me to throw into the ring next, shout them out in the comments below or enter the ancient temples of my social media. Until then, Warriors, I'll see you next time on the worst fighting game. Welcome back, Warriors, to another bone-crushing and cartridge-flushing round of the worst fighting game, the never-ending tournament where I try to unbalance the Furies by finding and pitting the stinkiest button bashers against our longest reigning champion of all time, the SNES port of PIT-FIGHTER. We need to end this streak sooner rather than later, and thus I feel I might need to slightly bend one of the rules of this tournament I had set long ago. Fighting games were very much born in the crucible of the arcade. Huge machines running powerful boards that boasted the latest in graphics and audio technology. And the mere thought that handhelds of the day could even come close to replicating those types of bombastic experiences, well, was and still is rather laughable. So I've been resistant in delving into the litany of bad ports that were farted out on the Game Boy/Gear/Com through the early and mid-90s. In this case though, I'm going to be making a slight exception because 1997's Game Boy Color version of Mortal Kombat 4 has been a long-time request from many of you. And it's right on the cusp of when handhelds started taking small leaps that could help better represent the graphical and gameplay complexity of the fighting game. Kinda. But will this technical disadvantage be enough to uppercut Buzz, Kato, and tie into the pit? Well, we won't know for sure until we get it in the ring. So, Midway really knocked it out of the park with the PlayStation and N64 ports of Mortal Kombat 4, improving upon the original in a few key ways. I don't think that's controversial to say. The developer of those ports, the now sadly defunct Eurocom Entertainment, were allowed to add Goro as a sub-boss, several new alternate costumes to the entire cast, a new stage, Noob being finalized and added as a secret playable character, and of course adding CGI endings to the PlayStation version. Although, for my money, they can't top the original vision and hilarity of the in-game ones. Unfortunately, MK4 in general wasn't as well received or as successful in the arcades as its predecessors, which is shocking considering Midway spent hard cash money on a Lex Express style tour bus promotion. To then maybe hopefully squeeze the last few remaining drops of blood from the stone, a handheld port was commissioned as well, despite the fact that Mortal Kombat's graphics and gameplay were getting more and more complex, with the Game Boy and/or Gear being technically incapable and, quite honestly, pretty embarrassing to try and port to. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you looked at it, there was one more option, and that was the most stopgap handheld ever produced, the short-lived Game Boy Color. Released in 1998, Nintendo's first full-color portable lasted only 3 years before the advent of the mighty GB Advance, with most publishers, including Nintendo themselves, abandoning it quite quickly. There's a reason for that, though. While the GBC was an improvement over the original 1989 Game of Boy, it was barely a generational step forward. Yeah, titles animated more smoothly and obviously, the color, but it was hardware that still wasn't exactly the best equipped to emulate fighting games, which typically needed big sprites, good music, and more than 2 goddamn buttons. If you don't count the 2 wrestling games released on the platform, and I don't, there's only 3 other fighting games that were ever released for the GBC. That being the boring but somewhat passable X-Men Mutant Academy, the charming Power Quest, and the way better than it has any right to be Street Fighter Alpha, which was as good as it was heavily altered to focus on just animation and playability over graphics or sprite size. And yeah, that's it. There were no other fighting games or freak downs released for the Game Boy Color. No, we're just moving on now. Now, on paper, this shouldn't be an absolute disaster. I mean, MK2 on the Game Boy was decent for what it was, so how could MK4 on the Game Boy Color be any worse than that? Well, let's find out. Remember a few weeks back when I said Slam Dragon was one of the worst looking fighting games I've ever seen? Well, imagine how ridiculous I feel for stating such a moronic opinion now that I've been exposed to the video game version of a snuff film that is MK4 for the GBC. This is because it relentlessly assaults and tortures your eyes with, ironically, its cornucopia of garish colors. Now, this new-gen Game Boy could produce something like 56 unique shades at once, but I swear to the elder gods above, that has to be some type of typo, because instead of 56, this looks like it uses 5 or 6. Honestly, the Game Gear versions of MK1 or 2 are more appealing from a color palette perspective. And it's not like this is something you can get used to, like a hot tub, or it somehow improves with certain characters or stages. It just looks bad all the time, every time. The roster, however, is pretty interesting. In fact, it's one of the few interesting things about this version of MK4, like in general. The original playable cast was 15 fighters strong, 17 if you counted Goro and Mr. Saibot. This, like every portable version of a Mortal Kombat game released up to this point, didn't include every character, which means it's time for the easiest part of the job for every studio that has to make a port: the cuts. The default roster here retains 8 characters, with the notable absences being Johnny Cage, Jax, Sonya, Kai, Jarek, and Shinnok. Sorta. He's not playable, but is at least still the end boss, which he always should have been, in my opinion. Now, it does suck that Johnny C and Sonya B are MIA, but it's nice that the remaining cast is at least a decent mix of legacy characters along with 3 brand new ones. There is one weird wrinkle to all this though, and that is whenever you get brought to the select screen, you'll see the dragon logo briefly move just as you load in, which subtly hints that someone's lurking behind it. Who is it? Goro? Meat? Perhaps? No, it's Reptile. Just normal-ass Reptile. I have no idea why this is. Like, Noob would have made more sense, but he's only fightable in this and not playable, so making sense obviously isn't something MK4 GBC is interested in. Because, like, for example, who displays the dragon logo pointing to the left? I mean, who does that? To its credit, though, and to my absolute surprise, there are endings included here once you've beaten Shinnok. Yeah, you don't get any sort of visual representing him exploding or his face getting skeletonized or hurtling through a portal to the Netherrealm, but you do get a straightforward, businesslike, clear as day wall of text, briefly explaining what happened to your chosen warrior. I really wish they could have at least taken low-quality screen caps of the arcade or N64 endings, reduced the color, obviously, and recreated the cheesy dialogue with text, but I guess that was like too ambitious or something. You know what's not ambitious though, and in fact the total opposite of ambitious? The clanking sound of various desperate robots jerking it in a tinny-sounding phone booth that comprises MK4's quote-unquote soundtrack. I challenge you to find something worse sounding than this garbage, this affront to one of our 5 senses. And worst of all, it's really just 2 or 3 tracks that loop constantly throughout the game, not stopping for any reason. Fortunately, you can turn the music off via the game's option mode, which is Wait, no, I forgot. MK4 on the Game Boy goddamn Color doesn't have an option mode. A blood red flag letting you know that this game already has a slot set aside on one of our higher tiers. But don't worry, that's not even the worst thing about this. Oh no, because I have yet to talk about the... MK4 introduced only a few changes to the core formula, but these would have a lasting impact on the franchise going forward, namely weapons, which fighters could bring out, extending their attack options. Being 3D, you could also duck in and out of the background to avoid projectiles, which would also get you closer to certain objects strewn around the stage, like decapitated heads or boulders, which could then be thrown. The combo system was also expanded from the pretty canned dial combos from MK3, but now allowed more freedom, as well as more juggle-based opportunities. Finally, there were breakers, basically a different sort of throw animation which would result in painful-looking holds or grabs where bones did indeed get broken. I present all of these changes to you because precisely none of them are present in MK4 for the Game Boy Color. No weapons, no combos, no anything really. This is basically just MK3, but still less than that at the same time. Allow me to explain. MK3 and 4 had the run button, and while that's been retained here, 90% of the reason most players would ever even use run is to close the distance and to immediately start a dial-a-combo string, which have been completely stripped out in this version. Not satisfied with running just being almost useless, the limitations of the Game Boy button layout make performing a run awkward as well, as you need to be holding forward and both attack buttons together, which isn't really ideal because it's hard to then go into a direct attack right after. You can still uppercut, sweep, and roundhouse, I think. It's not always easy to distinguish between the animation frames, but throwing is still an option, and it's again clunky. You have to hold an attack button and then release it next to your opponent, which is like, huh? Why? Then there's blocking, always a point of contention in most Mortal Kombat, and it's done by pressing start. And it's just like, fuck you, man. Maybe since the Game Boy only had 2 face buttons, would it not have made more sense just this one time for this version to use back on the control pad to block? Would that have been okay? Or were you afraid that Midway would dock your pay for such heresy? But that's actually it for the gameplay. I mean, yeah, special moves are there, but they've been reduced to about 2 per character, ignoring many of the new techniques that MK4 added. And this is a subject I'll complain about more later on. Believe you me. As I said earlier though, MK4 GBC does not contain an options mode, so if you wanted to change the difficulty, timer, rounds to win, etc., well, you're shit out of luck, or shitter out of luck, because why would you be playing this in the first place? But if you did want to tweak certain elements, you can do so via the combat codes, a feature I never personally bothered with in any version of MK, because I just wanted to play the game, not input nuclear launch sequences before each and every match. Thank you very much. But they're there if you want to mess with disabling throws or turning on psycho combat, whatever that is. But now we need to move on to the main event, which for gameplay is of course the fatalities, and the team who developed this port, whoever they were, certainly made some choices here. Instead of the screen darkening and the character sprites acting out some cartoony, vaudeville-esque approximation of violence, this cuts to a grainy, incomprehensible, downscaled, sepia-toned animation of something happening. It doesn't matter which character you were facing off against beforehand, it'll always be the same one in this etch-a-sketch rendering of a finishing move. Far be it from me to actually be able to decipher what's going on in these, but they are the only instance of blood ever being present, as none gets spilled during the course of a match, which is probably the reason why this is the last Mortal Kombat port that was ever rated T for teen. Now, I can imagine what madman decided the fatalities should be presented this way, as there's absolutely no positives to it, and not to mention the fact that each character now only has one finisher, which was reduced from 2, and there's no stage fatals either. I will say though that these are entertaining in their awfulness, but once you've seen them once or twice, the guffawing quickly fades, leaving only a deep, profound sense of regret. Oh hey, speaking of regret, I mentioned the special moves earlier, and look deep into my eye sockets when I say this, but there's nothing special about them. I took multiple characters, looked up move lists, and I was only able to perform Scorpion's Spear 2 or 3 times. Every other special move I attempted wouldn't come out. I could do fatalities with no issue, so I'm not really sure what the hell's going on with that, so I'll just conclude with, it's bad and unresponsive. Moving around in general is a little weird too. I mean, it's not choppy or unplayable, but I was able to find some really messed up stuff whenever I started jumping backwards. The way things control and how they feel though, while not broken, is not satisfying either, and I think it has to do with the limited button layout and the awkward commands for running, blocking, and throwing. The unresponsive special moves are probably the biggest issue, as it only makes a super dull game even more dull, making it kinda hard to comment on. And by that logic, it'll make it even more harder to place this one on our tier list of trash. I hesitate to say whether this is the worst version of any Mortal Kombat game. The first GB port is certainly in contention. I've never played the R-Zone or Gamecom versions of Trilogy, but at the very least, I gotta admit, this just edges out MK Advance in terms of shittiness. It looks way worse, sounds way worse, features a gutted roster, has none of the usual presentational MK charm, outside some super grainy lo-fi voice clips. Fatality. I think I, and a decent percentage of others, get a perverse kick from the abject broken gameplay of Advance and appreciate its almost full roster, sorry Shiva, plus fatalities you can actually see. Here though, on the Game Boy Color, MK4 is just a barren wasteland of nothing, barely even resembling Mortal Kombat at first glance, with gameplay that's so basic and stripped down, and looking and sounding so ugly, it does actually remind me a bit of PIT-FIGHTER SNES. I have to say though, when it gets down to brass tacks, it's the way that things control and the speed in which the combat moves that does feel a bit more solid and typical when compared to the blind swatting of the air and non-existent hitboxes of THQ's completely botched port. So I will say, and this one was almost too close to call, but MK4's playability and bigger roster of characters makes it just shy of toppling our champion. So that's why it's falling not into the very bottom, or in this case, the top of our spiked-filled pit, but just the tier below that, with the other dregs of the fighting game world. Whew, wow, you earned this dishonor, whoever made this port, and you know what? There was never any logo for the developer of this one in the opening intro, unlike previous conversions that had Probe, Sculptured Software, or Eurocom. So let's see who actually developed this one. And oof. So if you know of any other fighters in either Earthrealm or Outworld you'd like to see in our ring, shout them out in the comments below or enter the fighting temples of my social media. Until then, I'll see you next time on the worst fighting game. Welcome back, Warriors, to another epic episode of The Worst Fighting Game. My never-ending quest to dethrone Pit Fighter! Well, like any Saturday morning villain that's long overstayed their welcome, steps need to be taken to get them out of there and replace them with a fresh face. And we'll hopefully do just that through the magic of tiaras, scepters, and makeup mirrors. Yes, that's right. To help me eliminate the stinky digitized aura of Pit Fighter for the SNES, I've enlisted the power of Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Mars, and the greatest planet of them all, the Moon, to bring us to a new kingdom of brutally bad button bashers. And whoo boy, does our contender today have a great shot of getting us there. Because while the legendary magical girl manga and anime series Sailor Moon has had a ton of video game adaptations, most of them were either good to completely passable, all except for one, and that is Bishoujo Senshi Sailor Moon Super S Shinshuyaku Sodatsusen for the Sony PlayStation. And no, don't confuse this one with the Arc System Works classic Pretty Soldier Sailor Moon S Out of Field Brawl contest for the lead part, because that's a fan base you don't want to mess with. What we do want to mess with, though, is Pit Fighter, because I'm just tired of having to stare at Buzz, Ty, and Kato's cold, unfeeling eyes, so hopefully these pretty soldiers will be able to pluck them right out. But we won't know for sure until we get them in the ring. Now, there's not much to say about the behind-the-scenes development of Bishoujo Senshi Sailor Moon Super S Shinshuyaku Sodatsusen, other than that's the last time I'm saying the full title. Through my research, it seems that the main publisher behind Sailor Moon games around this time, Angel Studios, was also the developer of this particular trash fire, but they seem to regularly switch fighting game duties between ArcSys, Kid Corp, or Monolith. No, not that Monolith. Or that Monolith, but a short-lived, completely different third company also called Monolith. Now, when you look at the previous 16-bit Sailor Moon fighters, or the rather stunning arcade beat-em-up by Ben Presto, you can't help but be impressed by the visuals, especially the appealing and well-defined sprites. Now, for some reason, perhaps due to a mind-controlling spell enacted by, malachite, zoisite, or some other mineral-based miscreant, Angel thought it best to take all that amazing sprite work and dump it into the toilet, and replacing it with what you see on your screen. Yeah, Sailor Moon Super S seems like it's trying to vie for the title of the worst looking 2D anime fighter ever made, which I assume it'll be locked in an intense battle with DBZ Taiketsu for the rest of time. My only theory here is that since the PlayStation was new, they thought old style graphics would bore the Japanese fans of 1996, so they went with a rendered look, which, as you can see, was absolutely the wrong choice. They tried to make amends for this somewhat with an enhanced version for the Saturn called Sailor Moon Super S Various Emotion, which tried to implement improvements with an overhauled UI, authentic FMV clips from the show, and completely redrawing Chibi Moon's sprite, which, if it isn't crystal clear, was the right call. And unfortunately, that won't be the only time we gotta talk about Chibi Moon, but yeah, regardless of the version, they play identically, that is to say, terribly, and it was reflected in the reviews. Both Western magazines that covered imports and Japanese outlets themselves didn't mince words on how they felt Super S was anything but super. Hell, even Famitsu, famous for mincing words, gave it a 20 out of 40, which has to be one of the lowest scores I've ever seen them give. I can tell you that for free. There were even some reports in the 90s that Konami was interested in possibly picking up the rights to publish the game for Europe, and I assume, depending on how that performed, North America as well, since Sailor Moon was airing around that time. But it seems Konami quickly reconsidered this once reviews for the Japanese version hit the presses, and I don't particularly blame them. But now that I've taken sufficient amount of time to point out how bad this subpar sailor sludge looks like, allow me to do so even more. So, at the behest of Queen Beryl, I guess, the developers of Super S plan to make this the most hideous fighting game in existence, and they sure succeeded in that mission. However, it's not just the overly shiny rendered aesthetic, but the proportions of the characters themselves, and that they're not proportionate at all. As everyone knows, the anime had a clean, balanced look for all the scouts, both the inner and outer ones, while the original manga had more of a pronounced, elegant flair to it. But here, we just have a bunch of fucking Gumbies in miniskirts. Arms and legs stretch out randomly in awkward ways. Everyone has weird idol poses, and most of their faces are represented by a few blotchy dots. It's almost as if Rare decided to do a rendered remake of Human Killing Machine. I can't overstate just how ugly this all is, because if these were the visuals of a completely original fighting game, it would, obviously still be really bad, but when you attach it to a legendary property like Sailor Moon that has a very well-known, established aesthetic, it's 1,000 times worse. The stages are not much better. They're just flat, lifeless voids that seem to be modeled after specific backgrounds from the show, but it's honestly hard to tell, as there's no NPCs, animation, or anything happening in them at all. Like, where's the perfume store that sells ice cream? Rolling right along, the sound and audio matches the visuals with its general crappiness, because, when you're watching a 21-minute episode of the show, Moon or Mars will call out their special attacks maybe 3 to 4 times tops, but here you can spam every single move every single second, so it sounds something like this. I am not sure if this is a PlayStation issue because this was rushed out the door or an emulation one, but both the music and the announcer constantly cut in and out. Sometimes they literally say the wrong name of who won the match, which I mean, I guess that fits in with the barely finished vibe that Sailor Moon Super S seems to be going for. But if this is an emulation issue and these sound errors don't happen on real hardware, well, tough tiaras, I'm still holding that against it. We have now arrived at the moment you've all been waiting for, the endings. And strap yourselves in, everyone, this is gonna get wild. Wow, that wasn't worth me playing this shit. This lack of effort with the endings also extends to the opening cutscene, and I say cutscene loosely because it's one of the worst I've ever seen. Now, I'm aware that I, and most of you, can't read this, but you don't need to acknowledge that scrolling portraits and text with no real visuals is next level lazy, especially for a franchise as big as Sailor Moon. So was this the best the PlayStation could do? I mean, I guess so, because then why did the Saturn get a fully voiced animated intro that's exactly like the show? It just proves that Sega does what Sony don't-y. That's the best one I could do. What's probably, though, the most irritating part of everything, even more than the visuals themselves, is how long it takes to get to them. Between loading screens, character introductions, and announcer voice clips, it takes just forever to start a match. Don't believe me? Look at this!
あんたにだけは絶対負けないからね。なんで私だけそうやってムキになるわけ？セーラーマーズ
VS
セーラームーン 火星に変わって石灰よ。月に変わって足焼きや。
Like Serena H. Christ, why does this take so long? Man, the only thing worse than all of the presentation is the... There is not much going on with the moment-to-moment fighting of Sailor Moon Super S. 4 buttons, a few special moves, 1 super attack, throws, and backdashes. And that's pretty much it. At the start of his single-player arcade run, there is a thing where you can assign points to a bunch of different attributes and stats, which is of course appropriately titled the Ability Customize System! And obviously, good luck figuring any of this out, unless you've studied Japanese or have a spare Liam lying around. I've always felt that these types of stat allocation gimmicks are rarely worth having because the math will always work out that you can never make a truly busted and therefore more interesting fighter. You're always going to be garbage or slightly above average at best. Unless, of course, you pre-order at GameStop for the best, most exclusive gem packs. So yeah, this stat stuff is typically useless, but here in Sailor Moon, they're even more useless. The computer AI is not especially cautious or has any kind of self-preservation, maybe except for one character, but I suppose this is because the game was made with younger fans in mind. But regardless, the stat stuff is just the illusion of being able to customize your character. If it let you swap out different sets of special moves, that I could understand, but this, no, I don't. What I understand even less is the roster, in that it's oddly split between modes. I mean, why? When you do single player, you have 5 Inner Scouts and Chibi Moon. But if you hit up the Versus mode, which is called Meeting mode, Pluto, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are added to the lineup. I mean, I guess since there's no real endings in the arcade mode, it doesn't matter too much, but it's weird either way. What's even weirder is that why is it just the scouts? The story does mention that the reason all the girls are fighting is to simply prove who is the strongest amongst them, but like, could we not have gotten a few Negaverse baddies? How about one of the Doom and Gloom girls, Nephite or Queen Beryl? Hell, I'd even settle for Tuxedo Mask. And he doesn't even do anything!
My work is done here.
You didn't do anything.
Didn't I?
I will give the game a shred of credit though, as it does include a training mode. It's a bit odd, but it is there. You get a move list when you pause the action, and there's no HUD for some reason, so if you wanted to reenact certain cinematic moments from the show, like beating the crap out of Chibi Moon, you can. And that about does it for the inner workings of this complex fighting system. As you can see, it barely offers any innovation over the likes of Street Fighter II games, even though it was released in 1996, when Capcom was already releasing bangers like Street Fighter Alpha 2. For now though, let's move on to the most dire aspect of this whole ordeal. Yeah, even worse than the visuals, and that is, of course, the... This is one of the slowest, most sludgy fighters I've played in a while, and it's simply because they over-animated pretty much everything. A fireball in Street Fighter II is like, what, 4 unique frames of animation? But here in Sailor Moon Super Slop, there was no limit. Every special attack is this massive coordinated dance routine that has massive startup, and don't even get me started on the supers. But I'm going to anyway. The screen darkens, the Senshi Soldier Sailor Scout in question then starts tuning up the band, they start going into their pose, and bam, they get hit clean out of it. It takes so long for these things to come out, it's rare if they ever hit. And this isn't relegated to just specials or supers either, as this unhinged behavior also extends to the normals. There's so many attacks that are so slow and have all these superfluous movements that the moment-to-moment fighting never stops feeling awkward. Again, it really reminds me of Slam Dragon, which you should know by now is not a good thing. So essentially, every single time you play this is a bad time. Not sure if I need to go on any further, but you know what? Here's a good as point as any to work in why Chibi Moon has been pissing me off the entire video. And it's because she's the hardest Sailor Scout to beat in the entire game. For reasons that can only be explained by a madman, her AI is specifically programmed to spam this one low sliding kick. And since the control is so delayed and slow, once you get caught up in her rhythm, there's not all that much you can do about it. You're just like stuck in block stun as her threatening aura closes in around you. This was easily the most frustrating part of covering this absolute trash fire, and the only reason I was able to defeat this vile eldritch thing was spamming back with my own low attacks. Complete garbage. And you know, I'm done. Let's just cut to the ending. Yeah, stay away from me, Rini! Stay back! I really dislike this one, I'm not going to lie. But I will also not lie again in saying you can play Sailor Moon Super S and by extension, Various Emotion, and laugh at how bad it is for the first 7 minutes or so. But there are 10 characters overall, which is a decent number, a training mode, some hilarious looking attacks like, no Rini, don't summon that weird horse thing, but everything, and I mean everything else, is bottom of the barrel stuff. Terrible visuals, wonky sprites, irritating sound effects, barely any mechanics, and just overall a massive slap in the face to magical girls everywhere. But all that is not bad enough when weighed against Pit Fighter's 3 characters, no modes, no moves, and of course, no options screen. So I'm not gonna beat around the bush here, this is going straight to the dregs. And as of this video, Sailor Moon Super S is in fact the worst anime-based fighting game I've ever played. So you can now rest a little bit easier, Z-Fighters. And with that, we conclude another, honestly, pretty depressing episode of the worst fighting game. Despite trying their best, the Sailor Scouts were not able to punish evil in the name of the moon. But someone will someday. If you know of any contenders that can possibly do such things against the stinkiness of Pit Fighter SNES, shout them out in the comments below or over in the magical moon kingdom of my social media. Until then, I'll see you next time on the worst fighting game.